Fools! Welcome back. Welcome back for some more Silent Hill silliness with the play novel. How's it going? Let me get comfortable here. Let me see what's going on. Hold on a second. Let me see. Corsair, how's it going? Bacon Bits, John, Reuter, Oni Bay, Martian, good to see you. Ricky, we need to play Shattered Memories again sometime. What a track. Who else? Pablo, Scorch. Is my mic glitching out? Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. I think that's should be on your end. My settings are the same as always. Let's see. Web, Infernal, PNTN. Hey, good to see you. Calamiro. Welcome back, everyone. Symphonian. What's up? Who else? Smash as well. Thank you very much for the 56. What's up, everyone? So yeah, today we're going to hunt for more endings in this crazy Silent Hill play novel. We got one ending last night where Harry went crazy and killed half of the cast, murdered Kaufman and Lisa and Sybil. Yeah, he killed Sybil while he was in a, while he was just out of his mind, deluded. But then it was revealed that he was in his house, and it seemed like he killed himself, and maybe the whole game never happened, and it was all some kind of hallucinatory dream right as he was killing himself, which seems to like maybe mirror the ending in the original game, where the whole thing was a hallucinatory dream and he died in the car crash. Kind of seemed like that was the implication there. Kind of a grim final note where Cheryl walks into the room right as he's dying. Right as he's about to die. Or at least I think that's what was going on. It was all very silly, though, the way the whole twist was presented, where suddenly he was missing his gun and Cheryl had the gun, and then it was revealed that he used the remaining bullets in the gun to kill all these characters. It was all very sudden and very silly. But, yeah, let's see if we can... And it was very premature as well. We got the ending, like, halfway through the game, after the antique shop scene. We never went to the amusement park or the sewers or the nowhere area. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what the deal is with that. Let's see if we can get a proper ending today. Give me a second here and I'll get this game up and running. Hold on a second. Boom, boom, bow. I think as well, it might be easy enough to go through the game again and get these other endings. I think we're allowed to like skip through sections and go to specific sections. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Hold on. Okay, bear with me here for a moment. Okay, I might need to reset the emulator because my controller isn't plugged in. Hold on. Okay, we're good. I forgot that I also save stated at the end of the last session, right before we made that last decision. And, sorry about that. I'll keep moving on the menu here so it won't happen again. Yeah, I forgot that we save stated before that last decision in that final scene. And off stream, I reloaded that save state again and I picked the other option. which led to another ending, I think. But I'm not sure if the ending registered. I sped through it and I didn't even read what was happening just so, you know, we could do it for real on stream. But I think maybe I got a second card. Let's see if it registered. What? Oh no. What? Where's my Kaufman card? Did we not get a save? Oh. What? Okay, my saves are still here, but I don't have the card. Maybe the cards are bugged. Maybe I didn't save after I got the ending. Give me that handgun. The music is really not good in this. It really doesn't feel like Silent Hill music. What is this? We were getting like wholesome JRPG town music yesterday as well. This is a cool image though. Cheryl with the gun. It can't be. It can't be. This handgun. Cheryl grinned and then placed the barrel of the gun against my forehead. Goodbye. The voice of the girl rocks my eardrums. Bang, with the sound of gunfire, with my eyes closed, I waited for my consciousness to fade away. However, something is not right. I gingerly opened my eyes and saw Cheryl lying in front of me. Sybil was standing behind her with the gun in her hand pointed at Cheryl. This is the other option. This is what happens if you tell Cheryl to give you the gun instead of whatever that other option was. We just asked Cheryl to kill us at the end of yesterday's session. So this is what happens if we pick the other option. So if we pick the other option, Sybil never died. Smoke was rising from the barrel of her handgun. Sybil glanced at me and then let out a long breath. Sybil, Harry, I'm glad I made it on time. Are you hurt? I forcefully stood and wrapped my hands around Sybil's neck. What have you done? Have you lost your mind? Sybil is not surprised. With effort, she remained calm and pointed at Cheryl's body with her chin. Take another look. Take a good look. That is not Cheryl. I rolled over the face-down body and looked at its face. Dahlia. I look up at Sybil. You mistook her for Cheryl. You must have been hallucinating. But that's all right. I'm just really glad I made it in time. So what was the deal with Cheryl hugging Dahlia? I guess there was only one person there. There was only Dahlia that was there. Yeah, I think that's what happened, Termin. I went back to a save state. I forgot about those auto saves as well. So yeah, I fucked with it when I went back to that auto save again. What is this all about? Dahlia and Kaufman, and also Lisa. By chance, I heard the three of them talking, so I listened in. That wasn't what we discussed. Ha! It's not like we ever had a deal in the first place. I'll take the white Claudia, because I don't care for trusting you with it. Kaufman, with this you're going to become very rich. I have a good route for distribution. You people, you're in cahoots with each other. No one is conspiring against you. Since the beginning, everything has gone according to plan. You've taken care of distribution, right? That was Lisa. There's a record in which my share is clearly recorded. Ha 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 ha. That piece of paper is now ash, just like your daughter. Then a gunshot rang out, and a woman's scream reverberated. There's that word again. Then for a bit there was a struggle, but in the end the man's voice ceased as well. I was hiding behind a pillar. Dahlia came out of the room alone. She didn't notice me. She was holding a handgun and her clothes were soaked in blood. I tailed her without her noticing me to this hospital. Once she found you, she pulled out her gun once more and pointed it at you. To protect you, I pulled the trigger on the gun I was carrying. Yeah, you're just explaining to me what just happened here when you came in and shot her. You're just like robotically explaining everything that we just saw or just heard. In the dark hospital, only Sybil's voice echoed on and on. Harry's getting really sick of her shit now. Does she remind you of anyone, Harry? She kind of reminds me of you a little bit here, the way she's talking. This very strange way of talking. All the people in this world had become corpses, and only outsiders remained. No, wait. One person still remains. Just one. I have Cheryl somewhere safe. Well then, let's go to her. She can hardly wait to see her father. Cheryl. No, not her. There is still one other person in this world. What the hell is going on here? Yeah, let's go. You are about to be reunited with your precious daughter for whom you have been searching? How about looking a little more excited? Wait, who's this other person that's in this world? Something is incomplete. Okay, so maybe she was supposed to be talking somewhat strangely there. Sometimes it's the translation, sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's both. A reunion with Cheryl. I risked my life and wished for this. But in spite of that, my heart is filled with emptiness. Sybil's figure sways up and down as I follow her, and my entire body trembles with extreme exhaustion. Just where does Sybil have my daughter? I think that maybe we are walking without no destination. Oh shit. At that moment, I was then unable to see what Sybil was really up to. All right. Well, that's a mysterious cliffhanger. That was less concrete than the previous ending. What? Cinema. Yeah, this was translated to translated to Russian initially from Japanese. And then it was translated from Russian to Cantonese. And then from Cantonese back to Russian. And then into English. No, I lied about the Cantonese part, but it was translated from Japanese to Russian and then to English. We know that much. I'm not sure when it was translated. I got an already patched ROM. But it was patched with the initial patch that everyone patched it with. It isn't a different... It isn't an alternate patch. At least I think there's only one patch that people use for this. Bloodsense, thank you for the raid. Good to see you. Welcome anyone coming in. We're just getting started with Silent Hill... with the Silent Hill play novel for today. Well, it's our second session with it. We're just on the hunt for more endings now. We got one ending at the end of the last session. But it's been pretty funny. Okay, so we got a hospital card. And you can see here there are 32 cards. That's because there are 32 endings. Wait a second. What? Did I get 2 cards in that? For that ending? Did I get 2 cards there? I must have, right? Yeah, you can play the whole story from Sybil's perspective. And she gets half of the endings. I'm not sure what the deal is with mobile, but I can't do anything there. Okay, so I guess now we'll just continue here, because this is going to be my completed save file, right? So let's just start again, and I have a feeling it's going to be pretty easy to just zip around in the playthrough. I don't think we're going to have to like just scroll through loads of screens to get back to where we want to go to make different decisions. Let's just see what happens here. Now. Oh, I think we are going to have to go through this, though. It's been a while since I've taken a vacation. I am driving in my Jeep. Heading towards the quiet resort town of Silent Hill. Okay, I'm not going to read through all of this again, obviously. Just scanning the text here to see if anything has changed. Sybil's bike on the road. Yeah. Okay, now we crash. Here we go. So, look. Now, when I press the select button... Nice! Okay, I'm glad we don't have to go skipping over tons of scenes. So, see, look, now we can move along this flowchart here and select where we want to go next. Where do I want to go next? I wonder, do any of the decisions at the very beginning make a difference? Some of these are highlighted in red as well. The Eerie Alley. Does this show the path I've already done? I mean, kind of. You know, it shows all the scenes that we've been through in the first playthrough. Harry leaves the cafe. I never did play Shadow of Memories, no. Hey, Procedure. Yeah, see, I just don't know what decisions make a difference. You know, we have, we get a question here at the beginning, whether we search for Cheryl immediately, if that's our first thought. Let's just keep going here. Cheryl's destination is. Okay, we're going to think about Cheryl this time. I begin to run. Only the sounds of my footsteps echo in the surroundings. Just where in the world has Cheryl gone? Did someone lead her away? Various concerns run through my mind. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Onomatopoeia for footsteps, just in case you don't know. It's not like it takes long to scroll through most of these scenes anyway. I'm pretty sure last time we picked this, didn't we? I'm gonna get out of here. We tried to run away, I think. This time we'll go and take a look. I stood ready. What the? What are they? With beast-like rage, they have closed in right where I am. Ah! And then my vitality is sucked away by these strangely shaped monsters until I finally lose consciousness. Oh, is that Harry on the left side? I thought that was another monster. Okay, no, oh, this was hilarious with Sybil, where we shot Sybil by mistake. I suddenly awoke. Where is this place? Why am I here? Yeah, we'll just skip through this. Have you seen a little girl? All the usual stuff. Okay, here we go. Thank you, but I'm no good with guns. That's what we chose last time. We created a very pathetic Harry last time. Okay, thanks. I hope I don't have to use it. Having never handled a handgun before, I'm surprised by how heavy it is. Pretty funny that the second option led to us shooting her and grazing her cheek. You'd think it would be the other way around, you know? The second option was us being very careful, needing to ask how to use the handgun. This time we're just going to pick it up and it's actually going to work out better. But will you be alright? I'm not like the average girls around here. I've undergone proper training. Sybil would never say that. Sybil placed her hand on the exit door and then she turns and faces me again. We didn't get this shot last time. I'm not like all the other girls. Sybil wouldn't reduce herself to that. She's more secure than that. Harry, don't go shooting me by mistake. Don't go shooting me by mistake or anything. I haven't had any training on how to stop bullets. She smiled after saying this and then disappeared into the thick fog. After being left alone in the cafe, I gazed at the handgun Sybil gave me for a little while. He loves gazing at everything in this. And then I thought about Cheryl, who had disappeared in this town. The figure I saw in the fog, that was definitely Cheryl, but she didn't answer my calls. Yeah, same old. Hey, George. Hey, Panda. All right, we're getting the GGGs again. Okay, so last time we went outside first. This time we're going to search for the radio while we're here, just like the game. I look around the cafe. I walk in the direction the noise is coming from, and then I pick up the source of the noise. Jesus! Oh, it does play out like the game. I was right with my theory yesterday. That if we went outside first, we gave the monster time to fly away. And then by the time we came back in to get the radio, the monster was gone. That's cool. At the moment the window glass shattered, with a thunder and a giant bird-like creature flew into the cafe. And this is the first time we've had an encounter with this enemy as well. No, it's not a bird. It's a creature with reddish-brown skin that looks as if it has been burned. In its belligerent pale green eyes, it is clear that my life is in danger. Okay, you can see that in the eyes. I hide underneath a table. I ready the handgun in my inexperienced hands, or I run outside of the cafe. The animation is making me wish there was an SH1 RPG. Yeah, it has that feel about it. Fuck it, let's do it like we do it in the game, right? We're probably signing up to another bad ending just by doing this. Damn! I firmly held a handgun that I just received, quickly pointed it at the creature, and pulled the trigger. I'm not used to using guns, so some of my shots hit the ceiling. I limit my aim. Its vulnerable spot is its body. Aiming at the wing will bring it down. Well, you don't really have the luxury of choosing places to aim in the original game, but if we have the option here, I guess we'll go for the wing, right? Those large wings, it uses them nimbly to maintain its balance in the air. If I destroy its wing, it won't be able to move. Then I can finish it at my leisure. Nice. I like all these new screens we're getting here. These shots that we don't see in the game. My one shot hits the wing. There are loads of shots that are just copy pasted from the game. But it's always cool when you get new ones that you've never seen before. In these same locations with some of the same CG models and what have you. So I don't think we ever see a CG model of this creature in the game. Do we? In any of the scenes? I don't think so. I think the only one we see is the dog that's on the ground in the Kaufman scene. My one shot hit the wing, blasting a large hole in it. The creature loses altitude as it falls to the floor. I can't afford to waste bullets. I crush it with the thick sole of my shoe many times. As its strange cries die out, a dark red stain spreads out on the floor. What the hell? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place? Only the sound of my fist hitting the table echoes in the cafe. He didn't say reverberate. At my feet, the still warm corpse of the creature lies in the center of a pool of oddly colored liquid. After leaving the cafe, I decided to first head toward that alley from before. Black figures fly about in the heavens as if searching for prey. I then come to realize a constant. The static on the radio changes based on their movements. Okay, so now we've seen all this before, so let's just keep going here. Resident Evil Gaiden isn't supposed to be very good, right? Still loads of these Resident Evil spin-offs that I've never played. Well, I'm assuming it's a strange kind of blood. That it's blood, but it's different. It's supernatural blood. I've played a little bit of Revelations. The first one. Did I play? I always forget what I played of Revelations. Maybe I played a little bit of 1 and 2. I can't quite remember. Okay, so now we go down to the alley. We get the sketchbook. And this is funny that we still go through the 11th Street house to get to the school, even though nothing happens in between that. We don't solve a puzzle. We don't find out why we have to go through the house to get to the school. Like, the reason you do that in the game is because the roads are destroyed and you have no other choice but to find another way to the school. But here, they don't even mention any of that. All right. Now we go back to the piano room. A lot of people really like Revelations 2. It's always recommended to me. I think it has a pretty good reputation. Okay, now it's time for our next monster encounter. When I look down, I see that the tips of those long claws are piercing my thigh. Those oddly shaped monsters. They're posed like they want to hug me and have gathered around my waist. They're about to bite me. Last time we readied the gun and we fired. Will we do something different this time? With my right hand, I pushed on its head part with force and knocked it away. It then totters and falls down on its face. That was when I noticed that I had been completely surrounded by those monsters. I ready the gun, I fix my aim on their heads and pull the trigger with my trembling index finger. I continue to shoot as each one of them appears. The smoke from the gunpowder began to fill the air around me, so I placed one hand over my mouth. Even after the noise from the radio had stopped, I could only stand there, paralyzed in utter amazement among their corpses. Is Cheryl all right? She shouldn't have been carrying anything that could be used as a weapon. Okay, so that basically ended the same way. Right, we go down to the boiler room. We skip the medallion puzzle and we go straight to the final part of the puzzle. We turn on the boiler and then go through the clock. There we go. What did he say there? I have an instinctive feeling if I push this button, something outrageous might happen. Okay, we're up at the clock. And now we're at the seal of Metatron. The extremely religious-looking symbol, as he calls it. Now we're in the Otherworld school. Okay, last time we called home, where no one should be, and he kept repeating that. I guess this time I'll call the police. With slight hope, I pick up the telephone receiver. Just as I had guessed, the depressing busy signal just repeats over and over. As I gently hang up the telephone receiver, I realize that all means for contacting the outside world have already been lost. I must find Cheryl right away and escape from this insane world with her. I begin to leave the room. Just fucking leave the room, Harry. My heart rapidly contracts. The mechanical bell sound echoes throughout the room. I nervously approach the telephone. Daddy, help me. yeah. Same as the game. Now we go to the library. Now this is where they really try to make it clear to us that our decisions are drastically affecting things. Yeah, we picked a dictionary of religious science and we got a load of bullshit information that didn't help us at all, which then caused the boss to eat me. And then we woke up after that. And the story just continued, but we never defeated the boss. We got killed by it, and then the story continued. And obviously that must have led to the bad endings that we got. So this time, I guess we'll go for what's in the game itself and pick a children's book. I pick up the book and see an abstract illustration of a youth carrying a bow and arrow on its cover. Someone has been reading this book. I begin to read the book from the beginning of the page it was left open to in a quiet voice. Hearing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrow said, "I will kill the lizard." So yeah, it's the exact same as the game, and it'll teach us how to actually kill the fucking boss this time. Hey, Spy, how's it going? So you can't really die in the game. No, I think you can only just make bad choices that lead to bad endings. And there's a shitload of endings. But upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting. "Who's afraid of a reptile?" At this, the furious lizard hissed. "I'll swallow you up in a single bite." Then the huge creature attacked, jaws opened wide. This was what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw, and the lizard fell down dead. This is from an old fairy tale. I remember reading it as a kid. As I say this, I take a step back as if I've realized something. Wait, I think. I become gripped with the sense that my actions have been controlled by someone this entire time. Coming to the library, seeing that specific page in the open book. Even whatever it is that I must do now, it is a decision that is out of my hands. Everything that has happened has been in someone's hands. I have gradually come to understand this. Even still, I probably cannot determine my own course. Yeah, so here we go. And maybe this is also implying that the decisions only really start to matter from this point on. Perhaps. This one with the boss fight, you would think, makes a big difference, given that we didn't even defeat it the first time. I accept the direction of the unseen one, to whom I must obey. In order to find Cheryl, there is no other alternative. I now know where it is I need to go. As I journey there, I walk firmly, stepping forward one step at a time. I descend a staircase from which uncomfortably warm air flows. Yeah. We're going down to the boss. Here we go. Gradually, the elevator and I are enveloped in hot, humid air. The elevator stops, and I step off as its doors open. Beyond a short passage, a dazzling light emitted from a small room. A small room which has been waiting for my arrival. In the center, the fires of hell burned, and everything made it look like this room was meant for prayer. And then it was there. It slowly moved around the enormous sconce from which flames and ash rose. The lizard looks to have suddenly mutated. Its outer shell is a mucous membrane type. It just stares at me, and with surprisingly comfortable speed, it looks for a chance to attack. Okay. Although last time, I think I also did just try to run as well, right? But yeah, I probably wouldn't have been able to defeat it given the book that we read. I fire the gun at its large body. Smoke and powder emit from my handgun. I am certain that I hit it. However, those armor-like scales more than fulfilled their purpose. This isn't effective at all. This is no good. I need to make my bullets hit somewhere softer. At that moment, a part of my memory was suddenly awakened. Okay, nice. In the library. I remember that book I just picked up not too long ago. Its contents run about in my head. While paying very close attention to the movements of my opponent, I recall its passages. Effortlessly, the arrow, piercing the defenseless maw, and the lizard fell down dead. All I can do is draw my opponent closer. Each bullet that hits its body only seems to increase its strength. I am running. My entire body is soaked in sweat. The heat from the flames and the large amount of perspiration are working together to rob me of my emotional strength. Fuck, Harry, you're a fucking pain in the ass in this. Jesus Christ. Fucking tone it down a bit, will you? Jesus. Very, you know, I know you're in a crazy situation here, but come on, you're being a bit dramatic. And then my feet finally get tangled, and I fall to the bone-dry floor with a thud. Remember, he did say he's just a run-of-the-mill writer. You know, he's just trying his best to tell the story to the best of his abilities. Nice. My supply of bullets is running out. This is my limit. I turn around. Its enormous mouth is there, measuring about 4 meters. You know what? We might be fucked because of the bullets I wasted against the creature in the cafe. Alright, if this whole thing about ammo conservation actually matters, especially with how it tied into that last ending we got, you know, with the reveal of the 3 bullets and the bullets that were used on Kaufman, Lisa, and what have you. Maybe we should have tried to conserve that ammo again at the beginning. Its enormous mouth is there, measuring about 4 meters and open in all directions. It was only for an instant, but I thought of that passage again. The arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw. I'll stop its movement first. I fired at its legs. No. Fire into its mouth. I can no longer hesitate. I readied the gun as calmly as possible, aimed at the inside of its mouth, and quickly pulled the trigger. Over and over, over and over, the sound of gunshots rang out from my weapon for as long as I had ammunition. And then I lost consciousness. Okay, we probably don't need to think about his ammo then. Okay, all right. Hey, Billy, how's it going? You'd like me to write a manuscript? How much am I getting paid? When I came to, I found myself in the middle of a dark room. Where is this? I wondered to myself. The monster from before has vanished. I heavily stood up. He heavily stands up several times throughout this. And then waited motionless for a bit until my eyes came into focus. Somehow this looks to be the boiler room. It's oddly quiet. Maybe I was dreaming. My very exhausted body seems to have also recovered somehow. The low hum of the boilers strangely calmed my nerves. And then I sensed the presence of a person and I shift my gaze. There was a girl standing there. She was wearing dark blue clothing and her light brown hair was neatly combed. The girl was just staring right at me. Once I noticed her and began to step towards her, she completely disappeared as if her body just dissolved into thin air in the room. I was alone in the room again. What was that? Who in the hell was that? A strange feeling of relief. After standing for a bit, I let out a long breath and then placed my hand on the door at the entrance. Okay. We can keep scrolling here. We head to the church. I don't think we make any decisions here with Dahlia. Were you ringing that bell? The woman snorted with a humph. I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy. What are you talking about? I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right? The girl? You're talking about Cheryl? My eyes grew wide. I see everything. You know something? Tell me. Stay back! The woman held the palm of her hand out at me and then lowered her chin in a way that suggested, please calm down. Nothing is to be gained by floundering about at random. You must follow the path of the hermit concealed by Flauros. What? What are you talking about? I asked once more without hiding my bewilderment. Here, the Flauros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late. The woman held up a strange object and then softly placed it on the desk on top of the altar. Wait, don't go yet. Peace. Okay. Yeah, last time we picked B, and I think this time we should pick B again. Right? It's probably a good idea to distrust Dahlia, at least to some degree. Yeah, let's go with B. I thought that insane woman's behavior and the details of her story were questionable. All that remains in the church is the reverberations of the sound of a door closing. I go after that woman. Okay, so we go to the... Oh yeah, here's the big dramatic Flauros sound effect that we get. Alexandra, hey, good to see you. All right, hospital time. Here's Kaufman again. At almost the exact same time as I opened the door, a man inside jumped up out of his chair. He's holding a handgun in his right hand. Hide behind the door in a panic. Immediately counterattack with my gun. I kind of want to pick A because it's kind of what he does in the original game, or it's closer to what he does in the original game. But countering with the gun didn't lead to anyone getting shot or anything when we picked it last time. But maybe if I show that, you know, if I make Harry kind of trigger happy, maybe that, you know, it'll lead to him going crazy or something. I don't know. Because he did kill Kaufman eventually on that path we were on yesterday. Hide behind the door in a panic. Wait! I hold my right hand out to try and stop the man. Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. The man calms down and lowers his readied right arm. Yeah, it feels like we're mirroring the game here. I'm in town on vacation. I said all of this, and it seems like they're rewarding you for having knowledge of the original game and doing things that happen in the original. You know, like with the boss and choosing the children's book so you know how to defeat the boss. Thank God, another human being. Do you work here? I was truly relieved. Hey, Pew. I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital. So maybe you can tell me what's going on. That man who called himself Kaufman once again stirs in the chair he's sitting in. I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. I love this CG scene with Kaufman in the original game. Just the mood of it and the blankness of Kaufman in general. I like how you never really get anything out of Kaufman every time you see him. His story, it all happens in between the lines. It's all something you have to piece together yourself as a player. He never gives you anything other than the bare essentials. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist. Okay, then we ask about Cheryl. He pieces out. Oh yeah. This whole thing. This is new, and this isn't in the original game. Arrival tomorrow morning. Be prepared. I feel like we should keep this to ourselves, because this is going to tie in with the whole drug trade storyline. Yeah, let's pick A again like we did last time. This is a cool visual of the room here. Guys, just give me a second here. Or more than a second, a few seconds. Hold on. Now we go into the kitchen. Oh yeah! Remember the whole thing with the blood? Or rather the liquid, the agglophatus. They changed that in this as well. Maybe this time we'll do it like the game and we'll pick up the red liquid. Pick up the bottle. Love the shots of these empty rooms. How close it is to the game. That light coming in. Okay. Let's do it like that. Let's be boring and just do it like the game. I get out the pet bottle and use a fragment of the bottom section of one of the broken bottles to pour the vermilion liquid into it. The sticky liquid drips into the pet bottle. The last drop lingered, but once it finally hit the surface of the liquid already inside the pet bottle, I tightly closed the cap and then left the director's office. Jeez, you could have said that in a few less words, Harry. I crept out into the corridor. Yeah. That's the agglophatus, yeah, in the same room as the original. In the director's office. Oh yeah, now we get the spooky... They do this here as well with the magical button appearing. And now we're in the other world. I think now we get our first interaction with the nurse. Maybe I'll leave the area for a change here. However, I can hear the owner of that eerie groan pursuing me from behind. I thought that maybe it was echoing off the walls, but that's not the case. Oh yeah, we get surrounded by them here, which seems to happen pretty much every time we meet a normal enemy in this. Eventually, something white enters my field of vision. I just aim the flashlight on my chest with my hand and shine light on it. The monster has a very large hump on its back, which twitches and moves as if it were alive. In one hand, it holds a knife, which it waves as it approaches me. In the instant I readied my gun, the monster began to run. By the time I realized this, it slashed at me. I instantly dodged the attack, and thanks to that... Damn! What? I kick it in the face with the bottom of my shoe and it falls down on its back. It then begins to stand for its next attack. Why didn't the monster appear on the screen earlier? I close my left eye and steady my aim. Even after one shot hit, its movement does not change at all. I fire more bullets at it. It's laughing. In a voice great enough to shake the entire world, it laughs as its face twists and distorts. Harry, you need to go back to those writing classes. That's one of his worst moments. Hey, Jeannie, how much did you miss? Hold on, I'll tell you when we don't have to listen to this radio sound. Once I get past this section. I can't give up. When the final bullet loaded into my gun hits, it finally stops laughing. This is insane! Another monster approaches from behind the corpse of the first one. At this rate, all the bullets in the world would not be enough. All I can do is run. I ran past the monster in front of me last time and it worked out pretty well. What happened? I reloaded a state at the start of the stream. You know how I save stated right before we made that last decision at the end of the last playthrough? I reloaded that state, picked the other option, and we got another ending where Sybil appeared out of nowhere. She shot Dahlia, I think. Harry never went on the killing spree, right? In that ending that we got. And then Sybil informed us that she found Cheryl and that she wanted to take me to Cheryl. But then she started tripping balls and she didn't really know what she was saying. And then we both left the hospital and walked to Cheryl. But then we forgot where we were and what we were doing. And we just kind of lost our minds. And then the game ended on a cliffhanger. And we didn't get to see what happened. Sybil and Harry were venturing back out to where Cheryl was. And they just lost their memories and the game ended. That's kind of what happened, I think. And now we're going through the game from the beginning again, making different decisions. This time we're kind of following the game, more or less. Making all of the same decisions that you make in the game. And yeah, we beat the boss this time. Remember on my first playthrough, the boss ate me and the story just kept on going. This time we've defeated the boss, so we're probably going to get a better ending this time, hopefully. Several overlapping square figures are shaking in time with the sound of my heart. It's the wall at the end of the area. Another wall lies perpendicular to it. There's a door present on this wall with a plate on it that says storehouse. Right, we have to do the chemical puzzle again. We need to create one with 1, right? I think I remember how to do this. C to B. Hey! And this time we did it with 1 in the first jar, which we didn't actually have to do. I thought we had to do it last time. I think I did it with less steps last time. I think it was actually more efficient the way I did it last time. Oh. This is right. What we did last time, right? Just look at the floor to see the scratches on the floor so we know where to move it. What is this emote? Oh. It might not be very seeable at the smallest size in the chat. Hold on a second. I have to log into my account here on 7TV. Okay, that should have added now. Okay, it won't be long now till we get back to where we were. We're speeding through this. Oh. This whole thing with the diary was another big change. Alessa starts talking about a person that she's looking forward to meeting, which was all a bit ambiguous and mysterious. Despair? Who's sitting in that chair? James? Okay, I'm a little bit afraid of this diary option. In the game, you know, we only look at a picture. I'm gonna pick up the diary again. Lisa secretly gave this to me as a present. A bird landed on a branch. Kind of weird if this led to a bad ending. Someone is talking outside my room. Here, this is where it gets interesting. By some strange chance, I learned a certain person is coming to visit me. Everyone has been in a rush for some reason since before sunrise this morning. Something about a dead person coming back to life. Does that really happen? It's a frightening story, and because of that, my meal was a little late. Suddenly, I remembered him. Maybe he has forgotten me, but I definitely remember him. Lately, I think of him often. I want to see him. It's finally tomorrow. I will not tell anyone about this. If I tell anyone, they'll probably strap me to my bed before they arrive. The friend that can share my feelings, the only one. I wonder if she will realize this. Tonight, I will go to bed early. Okay, I guess we'll see what happens. We'll just approach, right? Because we know this is Lisa. Okay. Hey, lowlife. Yeah, and now we get this extremely non-Silent Hill music again. We get our melodramatic JRPG music. Okay. What's wrong? Harry, let me help you. We pass out. Now Dahlia appears. Hopefully it doesn't crash like last time. You are too late. It's you. Yes, Dahlia Gillespie. Tell me everything you know. What's going on? Darkness, she responded before I was even done speaking. The town is being devoured by darkness. Yeah. Oh, it did crash again. That's okay. We should be able to just restart like we did last time. Okay. It's pretty nice how this auto saves. There we go. Nice. Now, back up here. This is where everything went insane. And this is kind of where the ending began during the last playthrough, where Harry starts to, you know, once he starts going into the other world here and into the other dream sequences, that's when he goes crazy and starts murdering people. Hopefully that doesn't happen this time. Now, let's see if Sybil goes ahead of us here, like last time, where she goes in to inspect the chapel before we do. On Bachman Road, she was heading towards the lake. Now, don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated. It was like she was walking on thin air. An uncomfortable silence occurs between the two of us. I don't think we had this interaction that was from the game last time. Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her? Dahlia Gillespie, no. She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means? Darkness devouring the town. Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The Force still can't figure out who's behind it. Yeah, we didn't get this interaction last time. It's following the game. None of our leads have panned out and the investigation is stalled. Drugs? Sybil's response was far from what I had imagined, so I shake my head back and forth. What could drug trafficking have to do with all this? I really don't know, but maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. Sybil looked slightly irritated and took a long breath. Then she shifted her gaze to the passage behind the shelf. What's this? Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there. Let's have a look. I'll go first. Like the game. Wait, we don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first. I'm a cop. I should go. No, I'm going. I say it in a rough tone. Just like the game. All right. I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double. Okay. I peer inside the hidden passage. Inside, it looks like an unseen barrier of darkness has been set up, which makes it look like a place no one should enter. I intuitively sense that it would be dangerous to move into this passage. It is that kind of passage. I look back at Sybil once. Sybil? Yes? Do you know anything about, well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream? What are you talking about? I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there. Why didn't they have this conversation before he goes into the passage? Like in the game. It's weird that he's like in the passage, but now he's looking back through the hole and having this conversation while he's like halfway up the passage. There's sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know. I've no idea what you're talking about, Harry. Sybil spoke while shaking her head from side to side. Oh, I was just wondering. Never mind. Harry, you're tired. Yeah, maybe. Am I tired? Yes, I am tired. If that is all it is, then that's fine. If my being tired is what caused me to see all the hallucinations up to this point, then Cheryl should return to me. But there's going to be a twist. The only thing is, the sensation I am feeling is not that of being tired. Rather, my body feels as if I have been on the floor, sleeping continuously, like a human in cold sleep, and I'm feeling the agonizing suffering of not easily being able to escape from that state. Okay. I'm getting a little bit worried that the same shit is going to happen as yesterday, and Harry's going to go crazy. But we should be okay, right? Because Sybil didn't go through here like she did last time. We're not going to find Sybil dead, where it's then revealed that it was us who killed Sybil. It's all still going okay here, I think. Leaving Sybil behind, I step into the passage. I begin walking, carefully taking one step at a time. Sybil can probably no longer see me from where she is, even if I could see her from where I am. Don't give a shit about any of that, Harry. Come on, let's get to it. I made my way into the room at the end of the passage. It's small, and the smell of something having been burned is in the air. Once I saw an altar appear in the darkness, I realized that this is the church that Dahlia was talking about. I look around the area. An axe has been displayed on the wall, but nothing else stands out. While shaking my head, I decide to try going back through the passage I came from. Stop saying passage, Harry. And at that moment, a light bright enough to make me look away emanates from the altar. I think the sound of a giant match being struck. I think I heard the sound of a giant match being struck. And then two enormous pillars of flame rose from the altar, as if a ritual were beginning or something. Even at the distance I'm at, I can feel the heat from those flames. My surprise and that heat caused me to fall into a state of barely being conscious. And then I gradually lose myself until I finally end up lying face down on the concrete floor. And the coldness that remained in the floor was drawn away by the heat as my consciousness grew distant. Harry? Are you okay? Harry? Harry? Where am I? Harry? Lisa? Then I'm in the hospital. Okay, here we go again. What's gonna happen this time? Hey, Storm. Good to see you. Your chat was broken. Oh no, hopefully it wasn't broken for anyone else as well. Hopefully Twitch isn't shitting the bed at the moment. Good to see you, Storm. We're just hunting for more endings here. We're about to be moving past the point of where the game ended last night. I think you might have been asleep by the time we got the ending yesterday, Storm, were you? I don't think you were here for it. You were having a bad dream, was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay? I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about. Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie? Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since. Yeah, so yesterday we got this unusual scene at the end of this where Lisa was getting cold and we went out to get a heater for the room. And then Harry just killed everyone without us knowing. And then it was revealed in the next scene after that while Harry was going to get the heater, he actually didn't do that, came back into the room, murdered Lisa, murdered Kaufman. And, yeah. That's probably not going to happen this time. We're probably not going to be going out for the heater this time. You were asleep? But yeah, that's pretty much what happened in that ending that you missed last night. Harry went insane at this point of the game and killed everyone. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since. Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about? The town devoured by darkness. I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, townspeople were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there wasn't really anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out, gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it. A cult. Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up. The reverberation of Lisa's "I'll shut up" remained in my ears. I wonder how long had I been asleep. I found myself in that antique shop again, lying face down in the same position I was in just a short while ago. Was that another dream? Did I pass out again? I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. You know, the thing with the heater happened next when we went down to the hospital again to talk to her. Pew, thanks for gifting a sub to Corsair and to Billy. Cheers. Cheers, Pew. Enjoy the free subs. I could have had a car accident, and now I'm lying unconscious in a hospital bed. I don't know what's real anymore. Sybil said Cheryl was heading towards the lake, but the road to the lake is blocked. Aren't there any other roads? Lisa would probably know. Although I'm limited in what I can do, I still have one piece of information for finding Cheryl. So I can't just remain here. I energetically stand up, open the door of the antique shop, and rush back into the town. The town has turned into that nightmarish world. Nice, we didn't see this last time. We just fast-forwarded straight to the hospital, I think. It's as if the danger in this town increases with every second. In order to find Lisa, I turn on the flashlight on my chest and begin to run at full speed. I left the antique shop with the intention of reuniting with Lisa, but I discover that all the roads leading to the hospital are blocked. With no other choice, I enter the shopping mall. Oh, I thought we were gonna skip this entirely. Are we gonna get the boss encounter here as well? Inside, everything is naturally changed to the other world as well. I can hear the groans of monsters in the vicinity, and it would not be surprising if they attacked at any moment. The floor has changed to metal grating, and this building looks as if it has been left in ruins for several hundred years. Nervoth with the 34 as well, thank you. Large monitors have been placed in the hall at the entrance to greet shoppers. After wandering around the first floor and finding nothing interesting, I begin heading up the powered down escalator. And at that moment, I love these shots we get of the environments. Yeah, Storm. I always point that out when I do my playthroughs. Here we go. Suddenly light overflows from out of the monitors in the hall. A bound Cheryl is displayed on the screens. Daddy, help me! Cheryl! I turn around and run back down the escalator toward the first floor hall. The image of Cheryl on the monitors then begins to get more and more fuzzy, until it dissolves into video static on the picture tube. And then, in place of Cheryl, an eerie crest is displayed. It looked a lot like that which I saw in the courtyard of the elementary school. I pound on the monitors. I pound with all my strength, as if I believe that Cheryl is trapped inside the picture tube. However, Cheryl's image did not appear again. I am convinced Cheryl was definitely taken away by someone and is being held by them. And she's waiting for me to rescue her. I must hurry, I say to myself. All right. Search the second floor, search the first floor. Well, I'm going to go for the second floor, and hopefully they'll reward my knowledge of the game. I really like the use of picture tube there. That was great. The second floor is more brutal. The second floor is more brutal than the first and is completely deserted. However, I am paying attention. Do you want a cookie, Harry? I can hear a sound like a liquid substance splashing from somewhere. I can sense that something that is not human is there. I turned toward the direction of the noise and began to run, and then I discover the source of the noise. As soon as I step there, the section of the floor that I was standing on gives way and falls with me on top of it. I scream almost right away. Although I just fell one floor, strangely enough, I'm not hurt. The floor of the somewhat wide room is sandy and is most certainly what cushioned my fall. Okay. Oh, we even find the rifle here as well, just like in the game. You're having some Reese balls with peanut second knot. I have some more peanut M&Ms with me here. I pick up the rifle at my feet and try readying it. As I do so, an unspeakably unpleasant tremor comes from below me, and it shakes my entire body. Hold on. It's kind of hard to eat these and read at the same time. It's not something that I can see. I decide this because I felt it only from below me. I can clearly tell that something with a long body, like a caterpillar, is moving around below me. As I move, it moves in the same direction. So it is obvious that it's aiming for me as it moves. And then it shows itself. As I move, it moves in the same direction. So it is obvious that it is aiming for me as it moves. Amazing. Oh, nasty. It's a giant caterpillar about 5 meters long. It sprays a green liquid from its fierce tusk-covered mouth. I can tell that the liquid is poisonous just from looking at it. And that it is definitely being discharged towards me. I did not dodge it in time, so some of that liquid got on my arm. The pain is sharp. Red is rising up where the poisonous liquid got on me, as it is dissolving the components of my skin. Damn! Fire the rifle. I am in danger now. I once again ready the rifle that I just picked up. You fucking asshole, Harry. You don't need to tell us that you just picked up the rifle. We know that you just picked up the rifle, man. We know. Completely unnecessary to tell us that you just picked up the rifle. And then I rain bullets into the creature that has appeared above ground. You fucking asshole. Yeah, we know. The caterpillar appeared above ground. Green fluid began to leak from its abdomen. So it twisted its large body and once again burrowed underground. A steel plate is conveniently lying in the middle of the area. If I can get on top of it, then I should be able to avoid direct attack. Is that something that you can do in the game? I always just sprint around, you know, to avoid it coming up and hitting me from underground. Is there actually... Is there a steel plate in the area you can use in the game? Are you responding to that question, Fox? Yeah, I'm just thinking about the environment now. And if there is like a steel plate in the sand there. I had no idea about that. Yeah, you can use a steel plate so he doesn't burrow from under you. I did not know that. Because you can avoid him but just by sprinting. Strafe running. Cool. I had no idea. Wow. I'm gonna have to try that next time I play. Do people use that? Is that like a better way of dealing with them? However, I move onto the steel plate. I stay where I am. Move onto the steel plate. After moving onto the steel plate, I discovered one problem with doing so. I can no longer tell where it's coming from. Just do 360 spins. Keep tapping L1 and R1, Harry. I can only go with my intuition. Just where it is going to appear from. You do that, Silverwings. Force it to go over. Go over the plate. I can only go with my intuition, just where it's going to appear from. I gamble. Oh, Jesus. Side. I ready the rifle with my right hand. I can quickly attack to the left, but it will take a little time to attack to the right. So I wager on the left. I calm my breathing so that I will be able to fire as soon as I see it. However, it went against my prediction and appeared behind me. I won't make it in time. Fuck! As soon as I turned around, a shower of poisonous liquid sprayed from its mouth and fell all over my face. Ugh! I cannot even speak. I wiped my face with my hands. This time I felt the pain of burning on the palms of my hands. I wiped my face with my feet. I aimed at it and pulled the trigger over and over. The sounds of an explosion and then a scream repeat over and over. Then a great tremor shakes the earth and it escapes underground. Okay, hopefully I can still get a good ending even though we got hit by the boss here. Is that going to make any difference to anything, the fact that I just got hit? Maybe I'll be able to take less hits later in another fight or something. You know, maybe it affects my overall HP. Without resting, I stand. Because my intuition tells me that Cheryl is in danger. What ending did I get yesterday? I got an ending where Harry went completely insane and killed Lisa, Kaufman, and Sybil. And then he seemed to wake up after... No, and then it transitioned to a scene where he was back in his house after having just killed himself. And right as he was about to die, Cheryl walked into the room to see him dead on his desk where he was, you know, writing his books, writing his really shitty books. And I think that's what happened. So maybe he never even killed the people if it was all just a hallucinatory dream as he killed himself in his writer's room. It was pretty confusing. But I think we're on track to get a proper ending this time. I leave the town center. Ooh, cool shot. Perhaps the caterpillar from before was blocking my path to the hospital, as my route, which had been blocked until just before, was now restored. The entire town seemed like the insides of an enormous living thing. If a part of it is treated, then a part of it is destroyed. If a part of it disappears, then a part of it appears. I get the feeling that I'm wandering about within a living organism that has become a labyrinth. I opened the gate to the hospital and then energetically opened the door of the examination room. Inside, Lisa was waiting for me. Harry! She changes from looking completely exhausted and rushes over to me in an innocent, childlike way. Glad you're okay. Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone. I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. I lightly hug Lisa and gently draw away. I then speak while looking into her eyes. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake? The lake? You take Bachman Road. The road's blocked. I recall what Sybil told me. Well, that's the only way out there. Are you sure? There's got to be another way. Lisa places her hand on her chin and thinks for a bit. Then her eyes open wide as if she realized something. Wait, I just remembered something. What? There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake. Really? You think I can get to the lake from there? I've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced up to keep people out. If there's a chance, I've got to try. Lisa embraces me just as I think that her face is beginning to look tearful. Harry, don't go! I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it. This one room is an empty hospital. In this state in which monsters could kick in the door and enter at any time, she has no weapons in which to defend herself with. So her being gripped with fear is only natural. Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ, Harry. What should I do? Um... Yeah, even a fucking 5-year-old wouldn't need to have that explained to them. Why Lisa would, you know, be afraid here in this situation. So boring as well, the way he explained it, just like so plainly stated. Fucking dragging it out for 3 paragraphs. I'm not sure about this. Obviously, in the game, we leave Lisa here. I'm gonna leave Lisa here. I waver. Is it okay for me to leave Lisa alone? But then, what will happen to Cheryl? Cheryl has only me to depend on. My concern for Cheryl cannot be compared with my concern for Lisa. And no matter what, she is my daughter. Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter. Perhaps those words rang cold for Lisa, but there is nothing that can be done. I must save my daughter. Harry. Okay, to the sewers we go. I leave the hospital, the water supply installation near the elementary school. I was told that I could go through those sewers and reach the lake that Cheryl was heading toward. I must hurry. As I began to run, I felt something fly over my head. It looks like something is flying in circles in the sky above me, but it is dark, so I cannot see it so well. I climb the metal stairs of the building across the street and then head up to the roof. Oh, here we go! What? What is this? A giant moth. I guess I didn't completely kill it. That caterpillar that I shot at the town center has followed me here. So they state that outright here. And it has matured. It dances against the black sky and is looking down on me. In addition to the poison that it can discharge from its mouth, it now has a stinger with which to stick me with. I'm in danger. That's always the way I interpreted that with the caterpillar. It makes sense, you know, because you don't kill it during the fight. It manages to escape. And then shortly after, you fight this moth boss. Fire the rifle while avoiding it. I fire the rifle. However, it is adept in the air and evades my aim, leaving the bullet to hit only air before being swallowed by the darkness. Calm down, I told myself. I must focus on only one target. Go for the wings like we did with the creature at the beginning. I aim at its wings. Its wings are so large that even if I did blow a hole in one, that it would not make much of a difference. Fuck, I had a feeling. The base of its wings. If I destroy the joint at the base of its wings, then they will no longer function. I adjust my aim. Oh, okay. However, aiming at such a small area is quite difficult for an amateur like me. Oh, here we go again. Besides, my opponent can freely fly in the sky, which makes me think that the shot is near impossible. While dodging it, I point the barrel of the gun at the soft area below its chest. It adeptly uses its large wings to pursue me, but eventually its strength runs out and it falls between 2 buildings. Oh, nice! Green liquid leaks from its insides, and its screams echo throughout the town. Okay, it worked out well. We didn't take any hits there or anything either, right? The nightmare still continues. Ooh. After passing through the sewers connected to the water supply installation near the elementary school, I came up in my most popular part of Silent Hill, the lakeside tourist spot. However, in spite of this, there is no reason to expect anyone to be here. Genius. The area is wrapped in darkness and in a condition in which it would be impossible to even walk around without a flashlight. First, I decide to enter Annie's bar. Oh, right. So we don't go through the sewers at all. And we are going to go to the optional areas. I was not expecting this. These are all completely optional areas. That you need to go to if you want to get the good endings in the original game, you know, to do Kaufman's whole side story. Okay, maybe we are going to do Kaufman's whole story here. As I approach the door, I notice what sounds like a struggle coming from the other side. Oh, cool! Here's Kaufman getting attacked. When I open the door inside, Kaufman is there. Dr. Michael Kaufman. That is certainly what he said his name was. A monster has him cornered. His back is against the far wall of the bar and he's out of breath. He did not notice me come into the bar and looked as if he had lost all hope. I pointed my gun at the monster and fired. Even after the monster had died with a cry like a metallic twisting, Kaufman just stared into the air, looking completely worn out. Oh, cool shot. Are you okay? As I spoke to him, he weakly stood up, brushed his pants twice, and then slowly looked toward me. Yeah, I guess so. But I'm beat. I thought I was a goner there. So how'd it go? Did you find a way out? No, not yet. How about you? Zip. But it's too soon to give up. This craziness can't go on forever. A military rescue squad should be here any time now. If they come through the town, we're home free. He looked at the darkness outside the window and clenched his fists. I hope so, I say. I better get going. This isn't the time to stand around flapping our gums. He fixed his collar and then began to walk to the door. He walked as if he were incredibly hungry. And when he reached the door, I asked him the question that had been on my mind for quite some time. Kaufman. Ask him about Alessa, just like the game. Now, I didn't realize that we took a picture of Alessa with us. That we took that picture that was in the hospital. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Wexford, thank you for the tier 2 and the 92. The big tier 2, thanks. Cheers. Okay, let's ask about Alessa. Do you know a girl called Alessa? His hand, which he had placed on the doorknob, paused for a moment. And then he looked back at me. No. Kaufman quickly looked back at the door and left as if he were running away. Interesting that Harry said that he looked like he was hungry there. That's a funny detail. Dr. Michael Kaufman, he definitely has some secret. While I am not sure whether it is connected to me rescuing Cheryl or not, he knows the main reason why this town has undergone a transformation. I followed him so that he did not notice me. Oh, so this is going to play out differently. We follow him to Norman's. He races through the dark alleys. Perhaps it is because he's familiar with the geography here. The sound of the harsh wind blowing down from the mountains as it cuts through the eaves of the buildings hides my footsteps and my presence. Oh, you're clever, Harry. I continued to carefully tail him, making sure not to lose sight of him. Finally, his small figure opened the door of a certain building and he disappeared inside. He went into a motel. but not into one of the guest rooms. So we're going to skip over the Indian runner and we're just following him straight to the motel. Okay. The door he went through is one that is off limits to outsiders and only for use by employees. I press down on my heart, which feels like it is going to explode, with my left hand. Open the door that Kaufman just used and head inside. Wow. What is that? What am I looking at here? What's that object? That rusty red thing? Oh, it's the bike! Right. I had no idea what room we were even in here. I was expecting another motel room. We have the Dahlia scene on the boat coming up. Can't wait to see that. Inside, ancient dust is everywhere, and the room reeks of mildew. It looks to be a garage. Oil, a sprayer, tires, and such have been placed on a dirty metal shelf. Odd. Kaufman is nowhere to be found. There's only one other door in the room, and it's slightly open. He must have went through there into another room. However, I did not go after him right away. Instead, my attention turned to the motorcycle near the wall, and I stopped. The gas tank of the motorcycle differs from the rest of the motorcycle as it is oddly clean and shiny. The motorcycle is so covered in dust that it is not possible to even distinguish what color it is. But I get the feeling that the gas tank area alone has been fiddled with by someone. I try gently opening the gas tank. There it is, same image as the game. Inside the gas tank, there is a black vinyl bag that is protecting a small glass bottle. At the moment I was about to reach out to it, a familiar voice stopped me. He's back. It's a shame it's the same screen as last time. Give me that! When I turned, Kaufman was just glaring at me, his face white with anger. His clenched fists are shaking with rage. What is this? That's none of your business. Instead of messing with that, how about coming up with a way to get out of here? You shouldn't be hanging around here goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here. Even if he had not said that, I understood. I didn't know just how important this small bottle was to him, but I didn't think that it would help me to find Cheryl, so I gave it to him. Okay, take it easy. Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it? Love Kaufman. Saying that Kaufman acts calm and leaves the garage. I think that guy's got to be involved with the local drug racket. Man, was he pissed. And in such a rush, too. That was probably dope in the bottle. Anyway, better let him do as he pleases. There's more than my life at stake. I then realize that I am wasting time and immediately leave the hotel. I check the map and then head to the greatest part of this sightseeing area, the lakeside. My visible breath brushes by my cheeks, drifting in the air as if to mark my trail, and then finally becoming one with the air around it. And then the area gradually began turning into that nightmarish world. I abruptly come to a stop. This time the change is not instant like before. This town, this world seems like it's being dumped into a demon's body. That's actually a pretty cool description, Harry. I'll give you that. And I am filled with a feeling that there is no going back. Something has changed in a way that cannot be undone. There is a road before me, so I run along it. That is all I can do. Is there any hope? Is Cheryl alive? In this situation in which I cannot be sure of anything, I frequently have to fight off the urge to get sick. However, I believe that I will find something if I continue forward on this road. I run across a pier, and without thinking about it, I wrench the door of a small boat stopped midway along the pier open, and then rush inside it. Whoa. I don't think Sybil should be disappearing like that. That happened in one of the previous scenes as well. There was already a passenger inside the boat. Sybil! Harry! Our voices revealed that we were both relieved. How did you get back here? I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence? Yeah, I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you. You were worried? Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What's with this town? I condensed all the things that had happened to me into one somewhat unclear conclusion. I looked at Sybil and began to speak. This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy, and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind, but now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what that lady was talking about. Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it. Look, I don't understand it all myself. I guess I can't explain it. I honestly revealed how I felt. Well, what's making this happen? I don't know that either, but I do know Cheryl is there. There? Under whoever created this darkness. Cheryl is somewhere and she needs my help. Once I finished explaining everything, Sybil faintly smiled and looked at me as if she was worried. Harry, this whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest. I was let down. This world, its state, and the reason it became like this. I understood, and I wanted Sybil to understand as well. Even though I am a writer, I am cursed by a limited vocabulary. This is something that upsets me about myself. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, at least he's self-aware about it. At least he's conscious of it. Oh my God, amazing. I wasn't ready for that. Oh, you poor thing, Harry. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. Let me take a drink here. Okay. Jesus. Sybil, as I was speaking, the door slowly opened and I could see someone enter the room. It was not a monster, but a human. Here she is. The demon is awakening, spreading those wings. Dahlia Gillespie. Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come. And what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only 2 left to seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, darkness will cover the sun. The dead will walk and martyrs will burn burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die. So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl. It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon. The demon taking that child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it's too late. Stop it. Stop it. What do I do? Go to the lighthouse on the lake and to the center of the amusement park. Make haste. You're the only hope. God, I love Dahlia. Look, Harry, I really don't get what's going on, but if there's a chance we can save your daughter, I'm in. I'll check out the amusement park. You go to the lighthouse. Sybil. Okay, yeah, we go to the lighthouse. We're gonna follow the game's path. I was really trying to follow, you know, her exact cadence from the game. I think I did an okay job. I mean, for the spreading the wings line, I was really heightening that one. But the other lines, I was just trying to copy how she sounded in the game. Sybil, thanks. Gripping her handgun, Sybil left the boat and disappeared into the darkness. You'll need to use it. Use what? The Flauros. Only with that can you stop it. Wait, the Flauros. I check inside my pockets. That four-sided object. However, does Sybil have such an object as well? No, that is not likely. If she did, then she probably would have been able to understand my story a little better. Wait, what the fuck is going on here? Is Dahlia saying this to Harry? Is Harry asking Dahlia? Is Harry just talking to himself here? What about Sybil? I consider chasing after Sybil. However, my true goal is rescuing my daughter. And Sybil, with the same goal, is risking her life as she heads to the amusement park. I think I should believe in Sybil. No, maybe it is merely my selfishness telling myself that. However, my destination is the lighthouse that is not far from here. To run there is my mission and my fate. I think writing is maybe the last profession that Harry should be thinking about getting into. I entered the lighthouse and then ascended a spiral staircase. He conceptualizes things in a very strange way. His brain works in very unusual way. Not sure if it's cut out for writing. I entered the lighthouse and then ascended a spiral staircase to arrive at the roof. And then I could not believe my eyes. A giant crest is present on the floor. I am standing on the roof of the lighthouse. The mark of Samael. That is what Dahlia called it. She said I must not let it be completed. That this town is gradually being eroded away by this crest. I don't think they've used the term Seal of Metatron yet. Oh no, that'll be later. There'll probably be a reveal from Dahlia that it was actually the Seal of Metatron. Alessa was standing there. She looked as if she had just now completed making the mark here, and she just looked at me without any change in her expression. For the first time, we just faced each other, each of us understanding each other to a certain degree. Just as I thought that her eyes showed a little sadness, she turned around and suddenly disappeared as if she had jumped from this tall lighthouse. Alessa, wait! Uh... In the game, you can't do anything else here. So I think we'll just go back. In order to return to the boat from just before, I retrace my steps from the lighthouse. The small boat stopped midway along the pier. Perhaps Sybil has returned. And with that expectation in mind, I opened the door leading to the inside of the boat, but Sybil is not here. Maybe she's still on her way to the amusement park, or maybe she has already arrived there, or maybe something has happened to her. Within a current of guessing that raced by like a revolving lantern, I ran toward the amusement park. What are you smoking here, Harry? Within a current of guessing that raced by like a revolving lantern. Okay. I arrive at the amusement park by going through the sewers. In the amusement park, which has changed to the form of the other world, several of the attractions run constantly as if they were broken toys. Pretty nice description there. I pass the Ferris wheel and arrive at the merry-go-round. However, only this attraction is not running. While it is only natural for a ride to not be in operation, it seems unnatural for this merry-go-round to not be running. I walk around it. Clink, clink. While slipping between the horses, onomatopoeia for footsteps, by the way. While slipping between the horses, I look for Sybil. Quite a bit of time has passed since she came here. I suppose maybe she didn't find Cheryl and headed back to that ship. But the only way to get here is through those sewers. If she had gone back, then we should have ran across each other at some point. Huh? What's this? I slowly kneel down and try touching it. The dark green liquid is still warm. Something moved through here, and if this trail is traced, it will lead back to the source of the liquid. This does not happen in the game. Maybe there is green liquid around the area that leads up to Sybil? I don't think so. And then in the darkness, I see Sybil from behind. Love this scene with Sybil in the wheelchair. Sybil, I try calling out to her. Only the low sound of the motor of the Ferris wheel echoes from afar. She should be able to hear me. I take another look at her. Why are we getting this clock sound? She slowly stood up from the wheelchair. Odd. I do not see the brave attitude that was present in her just before. She walks as if something has drained the life out of her, like she is wandering about for no reason. I approach her and call out to her once more. Ooh, creepy. As I do this, Sybil staggers as she slowly turns and confirms my presence. And then, as if I am watching her in slow motion, she raises her right arm until it is parallel with the ground, and then a bullet fires from the handgun she's holding. Sybil, it's me! It's Harry! The bullet grazes my shoulder, and with a discordant metallic sound, it hits one of the wooden horses. She's coming towards me. Her eyes no longer appear to be human. The eerie red color of her eyes does not make it look like her life force has been drained, but instead makes it appear as if she has been possessed by some evil being. I was too late, I think. Her heart had been devoured by someone. No, by Alessa. What is there is no longer Sybil, just an alter ego of Alessa that is using Sybil's body. At that time, I remembered. I searched my pockets. Got it. The pet bottle. The vermilion liquid is inside it. I scooped it up in the hospital. the red of Sybil's eyes looked a lot like the red of that liquid. I hold up the pet bottle so that Sybil can... That's an interesting observation. Making me think if that was supposed to be like a hint for using the Aglophidus. I hold up the pet bottle so that Sybil can see it and shake it left and right. I've never heard the term pet bottle before. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. And then just for a moment, her expression changed to one of imploring. She must be aware, but she seems to be caught on an edge in her body that will not do her bidding. It is like she is being attracted to me. With her gun ready, Sybil approaches. Upon closer inspection, I can see that her eyes are full of tears. I unscrew the cap of the pet bottle. No one is riding the wooden horses, so their speed increases. I think that it is like time is rapidly passing for everything. But for everything but the two of us. At the same time as the hammer falls in Sybil's gun with a click, I sprinkle the liquid in the pet bottle on Sybil without leaving a drop inside. Interesting that we didn't get an option here. I was sure we were going to, like, there was going to be a question here. Like, shoot Sybil, use the liquid on Sybil. That's weird. Sybil tries to speak and her face twists agonizingly. At the same time, white smoke rises from her entire body and gravity pulls her to the ground, face down. And then a creepy creature that is shaped like a human organ burrows up out of Sybil's back and approaches my feet. I forcefully crush it under my foot with all my might. Sybil, wake up. Snap out of it. Sybil doesn't respond. Sybil! After a bit, Sybil opens her eyes. Her eyes are a calm blue. Harry, what happened? Shh, don't talk. I'll take care of you. A look of relief appears on her face and she closes her eyes again. Once I'm done binding her wound, I close my eyes as well and place my hand on Sybil's shoulder. Harry, why did they take your daughter? Why her? I'm not sure myself, but you know, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually haven't told her yet. She probably already knows anyway, though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway. She was still a baby and nobody knew where she came from. We didn't have any kids of our own. My wife was sick, and it didn't look like she was getting any better. So we took Cheryl in. So in that case, there might be some connection between Cheryl and this town. So what do you do now? Cheryl is my daughter. I will save her, no matter what. I slowly open my eyes. And then, just as I had predicted, she appeared. Alessa, the girl that wrapped up this town and its residents in her other world. That girl carefully formed her body from out of light and appeared right in front of me. I begin to talk to that demon. I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. Before I finish speaking, Alessa raises her right hand toward the sky. And then she brings her arm down and my entire body is blown backwards. My body tumbles across the ground like a rag for about 30 meters and then finally comes to a rest. Damn! Such incredible power. A servant of God, a demon's power. A normal person like me has no chance against her. Power is gushing out of her body, and it emits a pale light. I cannot even approach her. Huh? What is this? Suddenly a blinding light emits from my pocket. It's that four-sided object, the Flowerus. Light shoots out in a straight line from each of the points on its triangles, and it eventually rises up into the air, Just as I thought that the great light and sound it was wrapped in meant that its power was greater than Alessa's, the power of the Flauros condensed, became a beam of light and pierced Alessa's body. Just as I was just before, Alessa was blown back. Just as I was just before, Alessa was blown backwards by that power, which she could not overcome. Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter. I was on the verge of passing out, and I thought of Cheryl. All I can do is calmly look at the unbelievable sight before me as it unfolds before my eyes. What just happened? Is Cheryl okay? However, she does not answer me. Instead, a hoarse voice passes into my thoughts, and it is accompanied by the sound of footsteps. We meet at last, Alessa. Dahlia Gillespie. That was weird the way that was written there. Unable to move from my prone position, I thought about whose voice that was. And then using all my strength, I stand. After confirming that it was Dahlia in front of me, I spoke in a voice that was nearly a yell. Where's Cheryl? Where is she? Dahlia does not hear me yelling. To be fair now, Harry, you don't really yell in the game. You're remarkably calm about all of this in the game, in fact. She does not look back and looks at Alessa with a creepy smile. Alessa, this is the end of your little game. Mama? Mother? I'm confused. Huh? Could she be... You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help. Hey, what are you talking about? My voice just echoes emptily in the darkness. Alessa, my dear little girl, there's one thing left I need you to do for me. No! Get away from me! Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home now, Wait! What about Cheryl? Just where is she? Give me back my daughter. My daughter. Cheryl. Are we gonna get the scene where he wakes up and the twitching eye? Oh. This shot is from Lisa's death scene, so it's kind of weird to be seeing it here. Lisa, what happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia? Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head. What is it, Lisa? So I went to look in the basement, even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there were these creepy rooms, but nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling, like I'd been there before. Like something happened there, but I can't quite remember somehow. What was it? Harry? Help me. I'm so scared, I can't take this. It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while. No, you don't understand. Wait, where do you think you're going? Harry? Lisa, what's the matter with you? Oh, we're doing it all in one here. We're going straight from that scene into her death scene. Wait, so she didn't just run out the door like she does? In the game, I thought she just ran out the door, but I was probably just imagining that because that's what she does. I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before. Lisa? Stay by me, Harry. Please! I'm so scared! Help me! Save me from them! Please, Harry! Oh! Well, in the game, he does leave. He runs away scared. Let's go for B. Don't worry, I'll do what I can. A quiet smile appeared on Lisa's face. Maybe we're still going to get the death scene later, and they're just kind of remixing these scenes in a weird way. A quiet smile appeared on Lisa's face. I softly hold her delicate body. I'm happy. Lisa's body quivered. However, maybe that's just because she's maybe that is just because she's relieved. She looks at me with empty eyes, eyes that have lost their life. Then her lips began to tremble, and a look of astonishment appears on her face. Lisa's condition becomes abnormal. She then extends her hand out towards me. Help me. She doesn't say it, but I know that's what she's saying from the movement of her lips. While she stares into the air, Lisa's body appears to drift and wiggle as she edges towards me one step at a time. She falls to her knees. She falls on her hands. With me fixed in her sight, Lisa is falling headlong down the staircase to death. And then Lisa stopped moving. With Lisa now no more than a doll in front of me, I once again notice that I am inside the hospital, a place which is wrapped in an evil atmosphere that I have never seen the likes of. And now we're seeing the notes that's left in the room where she dies. Ask the doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's too weird. The room is filled with insects. Even with doors and windows shut, they get in to spite me. To the hospital. Still alive, but with wounds that won't heal. Blood and pus flow from the bathroom faucet. I try to stop it, but it won't turn off. Feeling bad, need to throw up, but nothing comes out. Vomiting only bile. Need drug. Told the doctor I quit. Won't work at that hospital anymore. Someone, help me. Okay. So, now we're doing the nowhere sequence. This feels like an ending? No, it's just the end of Lisa's story, which is very similar to how it is in the game. Except not nearly as good. Yeah, that's just Lisa's death scene. Hold on a second. Mrs. Wex, thank you so much for the 63. Thank you, Mrs. Wex. Let me just scroll up. D-Gamer, did I thank you earlier for your 63 as well? Thank you. Cheers, guys. The pocket radio continues to make noise. The raging of the unknown things around me rocks my eardrums. Those monsters which always approach shortly after I use my flashlight. It was all I could do to intimidate them with the gun while running away. After running for a bit, I realized that I am no longer in the original hospital. I have no way of knowing where he is. Bridging the gap of my feigned consciousness, I move from place to place. I am being moved by someone. Maybe that is the best way to think about it. Or maybe I am just painfully wandering around inside my own nightmare. I cannot tell at all. I can only trust my senses and rely on my own judgment. And then I raise my head. A straight corridor extends forward from where I'm standing. As I slowly walk forward, one one door seems to call out to me, and so I approach it. Boom! Suddenly the wall of the room creaks with a boom. And then the floor I was standing on begins to rapidly descend along with the rest of the room. I felt like I would begin floating in the air, so I used my arms to brace myself. And then I passed out. Someone is talking. It hurts. My whole body hurts. When I come to, I find that I am lying on the floor of a classroom in the elementary school. My body is spread out on the floor like the Japanese character. Okay, yeah, we had something like this before with the bridge. So I was right with the bridge that when the bridge was held up, it was supposed to actually look like that character. I can hear someone talking. I cannot make out what they're saying very well. This is a really funny thing to include, this with the Japanese characters. As I lie on my back, I can see who's talking just by looking around. I cannot believe my eyes. Over there, I see Dahlia and Alessa. They look like ghosts, and I can see through their bodies. Oh my God! Are we fast forwarding to the scene with Dahlia and Alessa already? No, I don't want to. Do what mommy tells you now. I just want you to lend me a teeny bit of your power, that's all. No, I don't want to do it. It will make everyone happy. And it's for your own good, too. Oh, but mommy, I just want to be with you. Just the two of us. Please understand. Oh, yes, I see. Maybe mommy has been wrong. Mommy? Why didn't I see this before? There's no reason to wait. Herein lies the mother's womb, containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself. Mommy! Finally, they suddenly disappear. The classroom regains its stillness, as if nothing had happened. Yeah, this doesn't happen in the classroom in the game. The classroom regains its stillness as if nothing had happened. I got on my knees, stood up, and looked around my surroundings. Chairs and desks were arranged in order. Using them as support, I unsteadily walked toward the exit. At the moment I place my hand on the wooden sliding door, it opens with great force, as if it had a mind of its own. Then the large flow of air coming from beyond it thrusts me into a dark space. Okay, we're in the room where we play the tape. I was forced down. I found that I had been thrown into a room of the hospital again. My body had rubbed on the disgustingly dirty floor. I picked myself up and suppressed the urge to vomit while brushing off my shirt several times. A video cassette recorder has been installed here, and it looks like it can be used. I insert the tape that I'd picked up at some point into it. We never picked up the tape in this novel. You're just going to sneak that into the story, Harry? Okay. I guess we picked up a tape at some point. I insert the tape that I picked up at some point into it and timidly press the play button. After a moment of static, a picture appears. On the screen, Lisa appears. She is sitting alone with her elbows on a desk and her head down. I turn up the volume on the monitor and listen carefully. What is it? Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Her skin is all charred. Even when I change the bandages, the blood and pus just start oozing through. Why? What is keeping that child alive? I can't stand it any longer. I won't tell a soul. I promise. So please. And then the screen goes black. The tape was ejected as if it were something dirty being spit out. I fell to the floor and it broke with a crash. Magnetic tape. There's no doubt someone is eating away at my consciousness. The magnetic tape extends out of the fallen video cassette and wraps around my legs. I try to get away, but the tentacles of tape get around my neck and begin to tighten. Okay, this never happens in the game. With both hands, I try as hard as I can to tear the tape away that is twisted around my neck, but I'm halfway passing out, and so my hands do not have the strength to do so. In the light that is reaching my pupils, I can faintly detect what appears to be human figures. Oh, okay, and now we're just transitioning to this scene. Oh, this is very, they're really throwing this whole sequence together here. All right. They're standing around a bed with Dahlia on the left, Kaufman on the right, and just a bit away from him, some people in white coats that look like doctors. Each of them has troubled looks on their faces, and they peer at the face of the person lying on the bed. Everything is going according to plan, sheltered in the womb. But it's not done yet. Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant. And what soul remains captured in that husk is buried deep down in the subconscious. Are you trying to say it won't work? That wasn't our agreement. No. These are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear. The promise shall not be broken. But the power we can draw now will be very weak. Almost nothing. Unless we get the other half of the soul. We'll use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain is sure to come. But that will take time. And then the illusions fade away. I carefully observe the inside of the room. This room is... I've been here before, I think. Yeah, they definitely could have done with a few other ambient tracks for the game. All these ticking scenes. Sons of Liberty, thank you so much for the 31. The tape, which should be tightly wrapped around my throat, is gone. And I realize that my own hands are wrapped around my throat. Harry was trying to strangle himself the whole time. Something is on top of the desk that has been placed in the center of the room. This isn't the first time I've been here. When I was here before, I was certain that unlike other rooms, I had sensed the warmth and presence of a person in this room. When I looked at the picture on the desk, my belief changed. Alessa. I try calling out to her. She is the instigator that created this other world. However, it would be hard for anyone to forgive the experiment that was carried out on her body under the pretext of a magical spell. This is where she lived. Her hate spirals out in this cursed wing of the hospital. However, there's no way to prove the reality of it, as all I have is a vague sense of it. Reflecting in my blank eyes, the room I am standing in begins to change shape. The bed and picture frame from before are gone, and the room transforms into a completely different one. Her bedroom? Okay, that's a way to remix that. In the game, her bedroom is across the way from the hospital room in Nowhere. This is a child's room. Stuffed animals and art supplies are scattered about all over. I noticed something. Alessa probably collected these. Butterfly specimens of many different colors are on display. Huh? I think I just saw something flash. Oh, new puzzle? Just remembering those Shattered Memories posters about the choking game. Yeah. That was disturbing. Right. Is this a puzzle? What are we doing here? Okay, I guess something is going to appear on the... through the glass here. Because I can't interact with anything. I can't... all I can do is look. Yeah, and it does look slightly zoomed in, I think. Huh, okay. I guess I'll just look carefully at all the butterflies here. This is Game Boy Advance. Yeah, it's in the title as well. Oh. This music. Nobody say anything. Ah, gee. Oh! Okay. I found a key. This key invites me. Had I not been very careful, I would not have found it, as it was hidden behind one of the butterflies. Yeah, we know. There is a door in front of me. As I approach it, it seems to edge up to me. As I extend my hand to the knob, the door makes a light tapping sound and begins opening, as if inviting me into the heart of something evil. I finally arrived at the deepest level of the otherworld. Inside the door, it is wide, and the floor is a metal grating. Here we go! Final boss time! End of the story time! It is filled with an evil atmosphere. Additionally, it is accompanied by a strong power that I have not felt before. I'll suck my big balls. The ceiling is too high for me to see. This is a giant space, so large that I cannot tell if I am outside or not. I carefully walk into the large space, one step at a time. All the answers I seek are probably in this room. Sybil has arrived here before me, and her gun readied. There are two people off in the direction that her gun is pointed at. Cool. Dahlia and Alessa. It is definitely those two. I was shocked to realize the talisman of Metroton was being used. In spite of the lost soul returning at last, just a little longer and all would have been for naught. It's all because of that man. We must be thankful to him. Even though Alessa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity. Freeze! Sybil yelled out loudly, and her trembling finger pulled the trigger. An explosion resounds, and the bullet starts toward the two women. However, the bullet smashes into an invisible barrier just before it can hit Dahlia, and it shatters into pieces. Dahlia smiles as if she's saying, "But of course." What in the devil's name? Dahlia's demeanor becomes serious. And at the same time, I think I see something flash in front of Sybil. In the next moment, Sybil's body flies in an arc through the air, and she lands near where I'm standing. Dahlia still has not noticed me. I boldly walk toward her. I boldly walk toward Dahlia, and I scream at her. Stop this, Dahlia! Dahlia shows no compunction or surprise and turns to face me with a calm expression on her face. Well, well, well. To think you'd make it this far. Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her? What are you talking about? You've seen her many times restored to her former self. I'm in no mood for jokes. I didn't understand what she was saying. Don't you see? She's right there. Right there? Only Alessa, draped in her blue clothing, is where Dahlia is pointing. That's absurd. You are the only one who thinks so. Why? Why are you doing this? It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. She has been nurtured by that nightmare. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise. This dialogue really doesn't fit with this music. My daughter will be the mother of God. Here we go. At about the exact time I began to speak. Did you see that it said the time is 9? What? Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it? That's the line from the game. Oh, right. Nigh is spelled N-I-G-H. I wonder if that's misspelled in the game as well. I have a feeling that might actually be misspelled in the game. It's probably not. That's funny. At about the exact time I began to speak, another voice drowned mine out. Yeah, I think most of the dialogue from the game is just copy-pasted. It is misspelled in the game as well, okay. At about the exact time I began to speak, another voice drowned mine out. Quit screwing around. Return things to how they were before. Kaufman! Dr. Michael Kaufman stood there out of breath, as if he had just arrived in time. Did I ask for this? Showing up with the same pose again. Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this. Your role is over. We don't need you anymore. What do you think you can accomplish by coming here? A smile appears on Kaufman's face, and he reaches into his pocket. My, aren't we getting cocky? You can't see this and keep your cool. The item that Kaufman pulled out of his pocket. It is definitely the small bottle. This fucking music is bullshit. This fucking melodramatic JRPG emotional music for this scene. It's ruining the whole scene. It's definitely the small bottle that I found in the gas tank of the motorcycle that was in that garage somewhere. A Glophitis. I thought I got rid of that. All I had to do was plant it somewhere for you to find it. You all, well, it kept you busy. Ha! You're easy! And there's more where this came from. Stop it! Kaufman throws the small bottle at Alessa. All four of us watch the bottle fly in a beautiful parabola, our eyes fixed on the sacred liquid within. There is tension. Although she is normally calm and composed, that drug is enough to frighten Dahlia. That small bottle hit a part of Alessa's body, shattered into pieces, and soaked Alessa uncomfortably with the red liquid that was inside. Oh, here we go. Dahlia looks completely emaciated as she watches the whole thing. However, not me nor anyone could have predicted the situation that came out of that event. Here we go. Alessa's back splits open, and a giant creature the likes of which I have never seen before tears through the cloth of the one-piece dress Alessa is wearing. It looks like an insect breaking out of its cocoon as it is being born. Sick. Oh, look at its tits. It has large wings and a head like a bull, and with its green muscles swelling, it rose up and out of its mother's body, Alessa. And then it let out an earth-shakingly brutal, evil cry and looked down at us. Huh? What the? I yell out, not addressing anyone in particular. What on earth? That's not supposed to... Kaufman just stands there in utter amazement as the events unfold, unlike how he had expected. It's awakening. It's awake. Now no one can interfere. Dahlia, in a fit of insanity, had a feeling that could not be described as pleasant or angry. Cheryl! I call my daughter's name one more time. Give up. That person no longer exists. This is a god, descended among us to reach out and save us. Oh? I edge up to Alessa, the mother's body that has been cast off, and there I see Cheryl about to fade away as always. Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye. I am certain that is what she said to me. Cheryl? Can't be. You can't leave like this. Cheryl is already beginning to run away from me. This can't be happening. Cheryl? Cheryl! I yell out. The figure of my daughter, who I have been searching for, gradually dissolves into the darkness, just like the figure I saw when I first arrived in Silent Hill. Cheryl, wait! Oh, sick! Then electricity overflowed from the entire body of the creature that was born from Alessa. It divided into several lightning bolts, which struck above my head. I run about trying to escape. However, that band of electricity follows me. That is absolutely bullshit attack. Alright, time to do some gyromancy, Harry. Start spinning. However, that band of electricity follows me and constantly appears in front of me. I have began to sweat and it's getting in my eyes. If I keep running about like this, I will be beaten. I vaguely think, even if it means that Cheryl will not come back, by killing this conceptually evil creature, the situation will clearly improve for the better. I'm glad you're able to stop and think about this in such a strangely clear-headed way, Harry. I don't know if clear-headed is the right word, but the right term. Oh, that's good. He really has a way with words, doesn't he? I ready my weapon. During the short time between the lightning strikes, I fired many bullets into the creature's body. Let me make some decisions here. I don't think they're going to let me make any decisions. During that short time from when it spreads its large wings and becomes ready to strike, I do not even think about ceasing my attack. Cheryl's smile flits through the back of my mind. What was it that she wanted? When we decided to travel to Silent Hill, you were the one to suggest it, right, Cheryl? I like that they're at least trying to mimic the, you know, the tone of the music here in the original, where it's like all insane and chaotic. And it's a unique theme that we haven't had anywhere else in the game. Were you called here, or did you wish to come here of your own will? Cheryl, I loved you more than anyone, and I still do even now. That is the truth. However, I must bury this creature. I must make up for the sins that Cheryl took from me. And then, when the final bullet penetrated its body, it lost the means to keep its body together, and finally the pieces of its body fell apart and dissolved into the darkness. It was completely gone. The large space begins to shake heavily. A loud, horrifying noise rises up from below, and with it, my existence is thrown from dimension to dimension, and I feel pain just being there. Fire has broken out in various places in the area, and I can tell that this space, as well as the entire town, are on the verge of collapsing. Alessa lies on her stomach in the center of the space, and she shows no sign of moving from there. She is just protecting her entire body in a bird-like manner. She desperately holds out the new life that is just below her abdomen towards me. I run over to Alessa. A pained expression rises on Alessa's face as she hands the newborn baby to me. The hellfires burn with force and spread around, and my life is threatened. There is not enough time left to try and rescue Alessa from here. I hold the baby she gave me tightly to my chest and begin to run from this twisting space in search of somewhere safe. Sybil, who was unconscious, regains consciousness and begins to run behind me to escape from the pit of this mad world. I look back at Sybil, and then I saw that the largest ball of flames up to this point was closing in behind Sybil. Watch out! The great fireball, which was more than enough to completely burn both of our bodies, stopped just above Sybil as she stood holding her head in her hands. Time has stopped. The small sparks and bits of concrete debris were all frozen in midair. I was at a loss for words. Alessa holds both her hands high up into the air as if she is supporting the falling wreckage, and her face twists in agony. Alessa and I gazed at each other for a moment. A tear travels down her precious cheek in a single line. Hurry and escape. Exerting the last of her power, Alessa stopped time to save me, Sybil, and the baby in my arms. Alessa. Understood. We won't let your volition go in vain. I make a sign to Sybil with my eyes and then return my gaze forward. And then I began to run with all my might. I do not look back. Why did Alessa entrust this small life born from her at the end to me? I have no idea. But I have a feeling that I am obligated to raise this child. Behind me, an explosion occurs. I run. All I can do is continue to run. Without looking back, I move forward towards the ray of light that I have a faint glimpse of. Cinema! Woo! Round of applause. We got the good ending. We got the good ending. So now we need to see if we can do the Sybil scenario. Because apparently, from what I understand, you can play through the whole game from Sybil's perspective. Yeah, we didn't get the scene where Kaufman gets dragged down by Lisa. All right, well, we got the good ending. It was a bit more fun yesterday, you know, trying to fight against what the game does, but I thought today we should just go by the book and try and recreate what happens in the game. Yeah, it's a cool scene in the original. That CG scene of Lisa crawling up through the metal grating. All right. Oh. Oh, we got a few cards, did we? Oh, nice. Okay, right. Okay, cards for all the puzzles. I guess that makes sense. Okay. And apparently there are 32 endings in the game. What's the purpose of the cards? That's just a little collectible thing that's in the game. And I guess you collect them by getting all the endings. Okay, I guess we'll see what happens here. See if we have anything new. Cheyenne-ish, hey. I was gonna say, it's not Friday yet, is it? I mean, I guess it's Friday where you are. It's almost Friday here. Balls. Ah. Does anyone know how we unlock the Sybil scenario? Has anyone in the chat played this before? I mean, it is a Japanese exclusive release. And I think it only got this English translation relatively recently, too, like in the last few years. No play novel speedrunners here, no? Nob played it. I know he played it. Let me Google it. How to unlock Sybil. In Silent Hill play novel. You simply need to finish the game with any ending as Harry Mason. So let's go to an empty file. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, no, we have to load the file. Okay. Can't wait for Sybil to narrate her story in the exact same way as Harry. Um. What? Apparently here, when I select the save, I should be able to choose. Oh! Oh, shit! Okay. Let's take a look, shall we? Have I talked about the DLC for this that's lost media? No, I don't know anything about that. This has been a completely blind experience for me, and I don't know much about the development of the game or what was lost. I did see Bad Humans allude to this lost media, but I don't know anything about it. Feel free to enlighten us. All right, let's take a look, shall we? Hello? Hello? The phone had suddenly gone dead. She tried to call back right away. However, the call would not go through. Perfect. I wonder what's going on. Her co-worker, Sally, saw Sybil's flushed face and could not help making a joke. It's because you're so hostile. I bet they just don't want to talk to you anymore. Hostile? Perhaps after all, I do always say what's on my mind. Saying this, Sybil smiled. The peaceful town of Brahms. The population is small, and perhaps for this reason there has not been an incident worth calling an incident for several years. As for the officers on the night shift, they generally pass the time by staring at newspaper clippings or chatting with colleagues at other departments. Even now, with nothing notable appearing in the local news, Sybil was just having a meaningless conversation about this and that with a friend in the Silent Hill Police Department. But then suddenly, the line had gone dead. Oh, so this is how it all happened. This is how it all started for Sybil. And they had not called back. The call won't go through. Maybe this is happening because someone is trying to tell you not to waste all your time chatting. How about settling down and taking your feet off the desk? Sybil does not care for Sally's big sister-like attitude. Sybil calls the Silent Hill police station one more time. That's cool that they tie this in with that shot we see of Sybil in the opening, which is supposed to serve as a kind of prologue. Let me see what you're posting here in the chat. Hold on. There were 4 additional chapters available for download in Japan, which followed a boy named Andy, Harry, and Cheryl's neighbor, a character unique to this game. All his chapters are named after a different season. However, Konami has since ended the download service, making the DLC lost media. Okay, interesting. And there's no footage of that anywhere, is there? Is there any recordings of it? The DLC did release? Anyway, let's keep reading here. Sybil calls the Silent Hill police station one more time. Odd, Sybil thought. It seems as if this might be the result of telephone lines having been severed or something. Sybil leaps from her chair, causing it to spin, reaches for the helmet on top of a locker, and with it in hand, prepares to leave the room. Wait, just where do you think you're going at this hour? Sally has a look of "you have got to be kidding" on her face, and then she absent-mindedly allows the coffee cup she was holding in her right hand to fall to the floor. It is a bit drastic from Sybil here, right? The phone cuts off. Once she calls back, once she's still not getting an answer, and she's like, this is an emergency situation, potentially. Wouldn't you want to take it easy for a few minutes? You know, try calling back in another 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Hold on 1 second here. Good night, Jeannie. See you later. The chapter would be erased whenever the system would power off due to the flaw of the system's inability to hold the chapter data permanently. The contents were never properly archived. Ah, okay. That's a shame. Sons of Liberty, did I thank you for your 31 months as well? Thank you. Let's keep reading here. Ah, hot! You can take care of that yourself. Sybil mumbles this in her head, and in the next moment ran out of the room. Cool. Sybil straddles the motorcycle in the garage, inserts the key and revs the engine. The sound of the exhaust resonates in the small space. She pulls out onto the road and increases her speed as she is bathed from head to toe in the uncomfortably warm wind. Starlight falls upon her from the clear, starlit sky. It doesn't look like the weather would have caused the problem with the phone lines. Sybil tightly holds onto the handlebars and continues to increase her speed. At this hour, there should not be any other cars heading to Silent Hill. That's what you think. The road has been lit in front and behind only by street lamps since she reached this mountain road, and there was no sign of anyone in the area. However, after a while, she was able to see the taillights of a vehicle swaying far off in the darkness in front of her. There's a cliff on the side of the road. Whether they realize that or not, the vehicle is heading towards the same destination as Sybil at high speed. Normally I would pull this guy over. Sybil mutters this, increases her speed and catches up with the four-wheel drive Jeep in no time. As she passes it, Sybil glances inside the Jeep for a moment, quickly smiles, and then blasts in front of it. The Jeep quickly becomes smaller and smaller in the side mirrors of her motorcycle. And then she started to notice that she could not keep her eyes focused. Sleepiness. No, I've been on the night shift for a while and should have gotten plenty of sleep this afternoon. Her body becomes one with the motorcycle, and it slices through the darkness. Maybe it was foolish to wear short sleeves. Although it was rather warm when Sybil left the station, now her skin feels so cold that it's like the cold is cutting into her. Her eyelids are heavy. Her mouth has become dry. What's wrong with me? She lightly shakes her head left and right. Against her will, her right hand turns the grip that will cause her to accelerate. The needle is buried and madly shakes back and forth. Sybil then stared straight forward. But it was already too late. In the middle of the road, a girl with her arms raised to shield her from the light. Okay, so the same thing happens with Sybil. Sybil also crashes because she sees Alessa. Sybil slammed on the brakes. The last thing she saw was the rapidly approaching rock wall on the side of the road. Hita. Something cold is touching Sybil's cheek. Sybil slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? She's not yet able to stand up. She does not seem to be hurt. However, her body will not do as she commands. Nevertheless, she is fully conscious. Large snowflakes are falling all over her body. She's lying face down in the middle of a wide street. I wonder just how long I have been here like this. After waiting for the nerves throughout her body to return to normal, Sybil lumbered to her feet. Her body was sluggish, like when she wakes up, and she was unable to think straight. Silent Hill. That is what is written on the sign on the sidewalk. In addition to the out-of-season snow, the area is enveloped in thick fog, which generally makes her destination look differently than it normally would. Absolutely riveting descriptions once again here. The motorcycle that she came here on was nowhere to be found. With nothing else to do, she decided to rest in the cafe facing the street. Okay, she's just going to go straight to the cafe. The inside of the cafe is dead silent. She does not see any customers or employees. So Harry is going to come in here at some point, go to sleep, have his dream, which we experience, and then they have their conversation. The inside of the cafe is dead silent. Or maybe Harry is already in there when she goes in. She does not see any customers or employees. This destroys her hopes of getting something warm to drink, so she lets out a sigh. First, I must get in contact with the other officers back in Brahms. Sybil picks up the receiver from the phone on the corner of the counter, but not a single sound can be heard from the speaker. It seems like somehow the heavy snowfall, which could be called abnormal weather, has damaged the communication systems. It seems like somehow the heavy snowfall, which could be called abnormal weather, has damaged the communication systems. There is no doubt that this is the reason why the call got cut off at the Brahms station. Sybil looks around the inside of the cafe. Ah! She gasps without thinking about it. She can see a man lying down on one of the long bench seats lined up along the windows. A customer? No, this place isn't open. This is kind of cool, seeing this from this perspective here. This strange man sprawled out on the couch there. She moves near him and looks down at his sleeping face. His face is twisting in agony as if he is having a frightening dream. Sybil hesitates. Oh. Let's fight against what happens in the story again. Wake him up. Sybil approaches the man and holds her arms out in a way that suggests that she is going to shake his shoulders. At that moment, the man woke up with a look of surprise on his face. He shook his body in a way to brush Sybil's hands away, and then stared at her. Human? Are you human? Sybil makes an effort to compose herself, and then sits down on a nearby chair. Of course I am. Were you having a bad dream or something? The man finally regains his composure as well, and then he adjusts his position on the bench seat. Sorry, I was attacked by mysterious monsters before I came here. Mysterious monsters? Ah, yeah, it may have been just a dream. I think that it was real. It was all vague and unclear. Who are you? I'm Sybil. Sybil Bennett. I'm a police officer in the neighboring town of Brahms. All communication with this town suddenly went dead. So I came here to investigate. Harry's expression changed slightly to one of relief. Let's see if we can get Harry to shoot her in the face again. I should have said so sooner, but I'm Harry Mason. I'm a writer. I decided to come here for my first vacation in a while. Harry shrugged his shoulders and looked at Sybil with a serious look on his face. But when I arrived here, I got separated from my daughter. She's a little girl. 7 years old with black hair. Her name's Cheryl. You haven't seen her, have you? Sorry, but I haven't. I see. Just where did she go? She's not the type to just act on her own. When I came to, I was lying in the street in front of this cafe. As for how I got here, I don't remember at all. That sounds a lot like what happened to me. Well, anyway, Harry stands up and glances at the out-of-season snow that continues to fall. I've got to look for Cheryl. There's no way I can just leave her here alone. I see. Well, I'll give you this then. You'll never know what might happen under these circumstances. What are we going to be doing with Sybil after this? You never know what might happen under these circumstances. If you feel threatened, then pull the trigger without hesitating. She gives Harry a handgun loaded with live ammunition. But will you be alright? Harry asks worriedly. I'm not like the average girls around here. I've undergone the proper training. Sybil placed her hand on the exit door, but then she turned and faced Harry again. Harry, don't go shooting me by mistake or anything. I haven't had any training on how to stop bullets. She smiled after saying this, opened the door of the cafe, and then headed out into the thick fog. Sybil looks back and sees that the cafe has disappeared into the fog. Having lost her motorcycle, Sybil can only wander about on foot and alone in the eerie town. It's too quiet. There's no sense of anyone at all. I would like to hail a taxi or something, but there's not a single car running. At some point, Sybil had begun to run. Above all, she must get out of Silent Hill. However, after running for a bit, Sybil's hopes were crushed. All the roads leading out of town were cut off. And it was as if the entire town was floating in the air. There was no way for anyone to enter the town. Ha! Sybil sighs deeply. She then decides to try going back the way she came. After running for a bit, she comes to another steep valley like before. It's wide and impedes her passage. And then she became sure that it was not possible to escape from this place. Sybil felt like a bird in a cage as she walked apathetically and aimlessly throughout the falling snow. It was not long before a black, wriggling object appeared in her vision. Oh, I was wondering about the dogs. We never got to fight a dog with Harry. What is that? From off in the fog, the four-legged thing moved at a slow pace as it gradually closed the distance between it and her. And then as soon as it detected Sybil, it began to ferociously run toward her, scattering the fog as it moved. The monster. The monster attacked Sybil. I can choose what the monster does. This is like I'm controlling the monster here. I'm not choosing what Sybil does here. I'm choosing what the monster does. Attack Sybil. Yeah! Sybil just manages to duck it. This doesn't look like the dog in the game. This dog has its fur. This dog has its hair. Sybil just manages to duck in time, and the fierce monster passes over her head. It continues forward just a little bit, and then turns around. It's clear that it's coming after Sybil. Sybil places her hand on her belt to draw her handgun. She utters, "Oh." She had just given her handgun to Harry not long ago. Oh no. Game over? She went pale. Sybil forcefully stands up and begins to run with all her strength. The sound of the monster's footsteps and its panting close in on her as it persistently chases her from behind. You're in trouble here, Sybil. She stomps on the pavement as she moves forward. In the corner of her eye, Sybil sees buildings appear out of and disappear into the fog. And at some point, she ends up losing her bearings and becomes unsure of her location. She then notices that she no longer senses the presence of the monster. Okay, we lost him. She stops and leans against an antique lamppost and presses on her chest. She waits as the time between her continuous white breaths gradually increases and then begins walking again. Sybil calms herself down, is overcome with hopelessness. Yeah, let's get hopeless. Let's get really hopeless here. See if we can get a really premature ending. Being unable to escape from Silent Hill, Sybil then worried about what she should do next. Since all the people have vanished, she cannot even talk to anyone about what is happening here. I should look for the police station. Even if the person I was talking on the phone with earlier isn't there, I might be able to get some other information there. She has visited this town many times. Hey, I told her to just be hopeless. This doesn't sound very hopeless. This isn't hopeless at all. This is the opposite of hopeless. She's showing a lot of hope here. Following her, the thread of her memory, she begins walking along the complicated intersecting streets. Just how long have I been walking? And we are going to see the police station. We skipped this area as Harry. That's cool. Get to see new monsters and areas that we didn't see as Harry. As she saw the word police appear from out of the fog, her entire body was completely exhausted. Are we gonna read about Officer Gucci here? She opens the glass door at the entrance and heads inside. As she does this, she sees that no one is here, which is just as she had expected. The lack of any sound is painful to her ears. After she walked around the reception area for a bit, she moved toward a room. That door had been left open for. The plate beside the door says meeting room. Compared to the same room at the Bram station, this one is quite small. She looked around the room. Clunk. At the same time Sybil entered the room, one of the disorderly arranged folding chairs moved quite a bit. She readied herself. Who's there? Oh! Harry! A man jumped up right away and pointed a black handgun at Sybil. How the fuck did Harry get over here so quickly? He should be in the school or on his way to the school. But I get maybe a whole different story plays out in Sybil's scenario. Oh! The man lowers the gun or fires at Sybil. Poor Sybil. We don't get to choose what Sybil's actions are in these interactions, in these encounters. Fire at Sybil. The bullet grazes Sybil's temple and impacts on the wall of the meeting room. Shocked, Sybil sank to the floor. Sybil! All the color has drained out of the face of the man that is standing in front of the still unable to speak Sybil. It was unmistakable. It was Harry. Sorry, are you all right? I was shocked. If you had been just a little more... If you had been just a little more over, then you would have hit me. Harry sighs deeply. I have done an unforgivable thing. I have encountered monsters up until now. I ran in here to get away. I was sure that the monsters had come in. Sybil thought, please don't mistake me for a monster. At any rate, I wondered if maybe someone might be here. So I came in to check it out. I feel like reading this is causing me to lose brain cells. As you can see, things are like this. The inside of the station was ominously silent. Even if the other officers were here, since there are monsters running loose outside, there is no reason for the two of them to just relax and warm up in the station. I don't even know what I'm reading sometimes. I'm just kind of going with the flow. I'm just reading the words as they're coming out, not really thinking about it too hard. Because half the sentences don't really make sense. I'm just, you know, kind of powering through these sentences half the time. Let's look somewhere else. There should be a church just over the river. Maybe she's in custody there? Okay. After muttering this, Harry holds the gun out to Sybil as if he has realized something. Oh, he had a pipe in his hand there. I will give this back to you. I've had a few opportunities to use it, but this seems more suited to me. Harry says this and readies a long steel pipe that he picked up somewhere. Oh, okay. So he's giving the gun back to Sybil. Amazing. I see, but you would be better off just getting used to using it. Harry has a sorrowful look on his face. Sybil gives him a contemptuous glance, and then a smile appears on her face. Then she runs out of the station. Okay, but we have the gun. Okay. On the way to the church, Harry tells Sybil about the events that occurred in the cafe while running out of breath. Indeed, something is wrong here. So Harry isn't going to the school at all on this run. Harry really does suck in this game. Indeed, something is wrong here. I was glad to have received the handgun from you. Cheryl doesn't have any weapons. And she's just a little girl. Hoping that Cheryl would be at the church, Sybil carefully ran over the slippery asphalt. They opened the heavy door of the church. The space inside is wrapped in warm calmness. It projects a very solemn feeling. No churchgoers are present on any of the long benches which have been arranged facing the cross in front. Perhaps no one is here. Thinking this, the two of them move further in. Eventually, they noticed a woman planted on a simple chair above the altar. Okay, so now Sybil is going to be here for this scene with Dahlia. You are too late. The woman mutters this and stands. You are too late. The girl that you're looking for just left here. The color of Harry's face changes. Cheryl? Was it Cheryl? She's a 7-year-old girl with black hair. The woman at the altar puts one hand up to silence Harry. Even without saying this, you would understand. But I will tell you this much. The two of you will never see that girl again. My predictions are often correct. That girl knows what you're planning. Yes. She will head towards her goal without being found by you. She's just a young girl. She came to this town and then went missing. If she did come here, then why did you let her go alone? What the fuck is this dialogue? Sybil screamed at the woman. Oh dear, such words. I have no obligation or reason to protect that child. What is going on here? Right, yeah, so the girl was here. Dahlia just let the girl go. She's being a bitch, saying that she had no obligation to protect the child. Sybil is getting mad. It's very weird seeing this completely alternate scene that's written in such a janky way. She stops speaking and then comes down from the altar. She was not alone. My daughter is with her. Sybil frowned. Your daughter? If those girls appeared to be separated, then it would certainly be a pity. What is more, my daughter would most surely not remain silent. Alright, so she's hinting at the nature of Alessa and Cheryl and what's really going on. Harry began to speak as if the floodgates had just been opened. What are you getting at? I am Cheryl's guardian. I have a responsibility to protect her. Tell me where she's going. The hospital. But it's useless to follow after them. Right. It's weird that Dahlia, you know, Dahlia should be manipulating Harry. You know, he wants her to put a stop to what Alessa is doing. But in this version of the scene, she isn't as bothered. But she still does then lead him to the hospital like she always does. And it still kind of plays out in the same way, even if she's acting a bit differently. It feels like the writer had to write an alternate scene for the Sybil scenario, but he just had no idea what to do. Would it not have been a better idea to have Sybil just do something completely different? I guess they just didn't have the budget for that. They couldn't create new scenes, new CG scenes, or any new areas. So I guess they just created a scene where Sybil tags along with Harry and they basically go through the same story. If you do not want to die, then you must leave this place. I am Dahlia Gillespie. If you do not wish to increase the number of corpses, then do not disturb those girls, yes? Wait, oh, maybe something really different is happening here. Dahlia really should want us to disturb these girls. Before Dahlia finished speaking, Harry ran out of the church. Harry, wait! What are you doing now, Harry? Why are you running out of the church? Maybe he's running to the hospital. Maybe we're not going to get the Flauros this time. Is she going to place the Flauros down for us to pick up? Sybil prepares to chase after him and looks back at Dahlia. Dahlia was there trying to suppress a laugh. All Sybil saw was Dahlia's unsightly backside. Did Dahlia moon Sybil as she was leaving the church? In order to resurrect myself, I will need your body. Please understand this. Where the fuck are we going now? I understand. That is why I came here and came to see you. To think of these 7 years, I never once was able to get out of bed and couldn't even move. Okay, so now we're going to Alessa's perspective. And we're talking about her creating this other version of herself that she's getting to move again through Cheryl, or through this projection of herself that she's creating. However, everything is going according to plan and I was able to be reunited with you. Yeah, she's talking to Cheryl here. But they will come after us. What should we do? Ooh. Alessa is plotting with Cheryl. Let me take care of everything. Okay, what the fuck is Harry doing here? Well, let me just catch up with the chat here. It's hard to keep up when I'm just reading constantly. Once Sybil caught up to Harry, he was having a difficult time breathing. Aha, you alright? That woman, Dahlia or something. Harry placed one hand on his chest, stopped in the street, and placed his other hand on a car. I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling that wasn't the first time that I met that woman. Long ago, I think I met her somewhere. Harry says this and begins coughing. Harry, you don't look so good. Sybil, the air seems to have gotten thin here or something. I just have to deal with it. Harry. Harry begins to talk again. Harry begins to cough violently. Okay, we're getting some very strange new things in this scenario. Options and different things that are happening in the story. Harry previously, he's met Dahlia before now, apparently. Let's make Harry cough violently. Let's be really mean to Harry. Let's choose all the terrible options. Cough, cough. Harry began to cough violently again. Are you all right? You look like you're in pain. Blood flows out from the spaces between the fingers of the hand that Harry placed over his mouth. Harry! Harry wiped his hand on his pants without surprise. It's nothing to worry about. Please don't look at me like that. But your pants are stained black with blood. Sybil stared at Harry's face. He looks lonely, and even more worn down than when they first met at the cafe. Since coming here, my physical condition has been deteriorating. Once I realized this, I even found scratches all over my body. It's because all I am thinking of is Cheryl. That's why I'm not feeling the pain. Saying that, Harry pulled up one of his pant legs around his calf. Around his calf, there was a long, dark red scar. It was a painful-looking wound, one that would be impossible to ignore. Harry? Well, it's all right. A town in which snow is falling. The name Dahlia and her daughter is... the name Dahlia and her daughter is with my daughter. The fact that they are together... He lifts his head and looks at Sybil. Something. There is something that I think I know. But it's on the tip of my tongue, but I cannot remember it. Sybil softly places her hand on Harry's shoulder. You're tired, Harry. Let's rest for a bit. Harry brushes Sybil's hand away and then begins walking while pressing one hand to his chest. Harry. Sybil once again follows behind Harry's frozen back. Unable to make out the letters on an old signboard, Sybil tries squinting. Alchemila Hospital is written in faded paint. Looks fairly clear there to me. In this building, Cheryl and Dahlia's daughter are... In this building, Cheryl and Dahlia's daughter are in here. The hospital looks like ruins, and an eeriness is present that makes one hesitant to even step inside. Sybil just happens to notice an object that looks like a pedestal next to the door. On top of it, plates of 4 different colors have been placed. Sybil reads the message inscribed on the pedestal aloud. The chosen one must be moved to the chosen place. Once the task is complete, the guidepost leading to chaos shall appear. Use the left and right buttons to select a plate. Use the D-pad to move the selected plate. Okay. Oh! Look what it is! It's the plate puzzle from the original game, which is in the hospital, but not like this. Okay. What am I doing here? Oh. Oh. Oh, right, okay. Oh, God. Fuck! Okay, that was way easier than I thought it was going to be. Hold on 1 second. Harry opened the door. What's going to happen here? Are we going to meet Kaufman? Lisa? Harry opened the door, although they came as told. Inside the hospital, it is dark, and it seems that if one does not walk carefully, then they would stumble. Pictures hanging on the walls, withered plants on the receptionist's desk, and other furnishings can be faintly seen. Is your daughter really in this place? I don't know, but all we can do is trust that woman from before. We don't have any other clues. Harry spoke, not expecting a reply. He slowly turned the knob of a nearby door. Interesting, given that we had the option whether to trust or not in the Harry scenario. It appears to be locked. He lets out a long sigh. Wait, Harry, let's split up and search. I'll start from the top floor and search heading down. You start from the bottom. Then we'll meet up in the middle. That way we won't lose each other. Harry looked woeful. Sorry. I wish there was something I could do to thank you. Once we find your daughter, then you can take me out to dinner or something. Sybil smiled brightly. Sybil immediately began to run toward the wall at the end of the corridor. Once she arrived on the 3rd floor, which should be the top floor of the building, she caught her breath and then began to search for the girl. Sybil begins to walk along the concrete wall that's dimly lit by the outside light. Several doors are on the left and right of the passage. Each door has a 3-digit number plate on it, and without even looking inside, she can tell that they are hospital rooms. Cheryl, if you're there, come out. Your daddy is looking for you. Sybil's voice just reverberates and then fades into the air. She places her hand on the knob of one of the doors and turns it. It appears to be locked. Maybe Cheryl is in one of the rooms and locked it from the inside. But if Sybil's voice cannot reach her, just how should I search for Cheryl? That's it. Sybil thinks of something. If I use the key. What key? We haven't found a key. Use the intercom. Most hospitals have a speaker installed in each room. A hospital of this size should definitely have such a thing installed. I'll head back to the reception area on the 1st floor and then look for the room with the intercom equipment. If something happens down there, then I can get help from Harry. To realize this after coming up to the 3rd floor, Sybil races back down the stairs that she just ran back up in order to return to the 1st floor. On her way down the stairs, Sybil heard footsteps as she was passing the 2nd floor. Harry? The 2nd floor is the same as the 3rd. There is a central corridor with doors lined up on the walls. Harry? Is that you, Harry? There is a large window at the end of the hall. White light from the foggy outside is reflecting off the floor. The foggy outside. Without realizing it, Sybil squinted. Almost said squirted there. But someone is standing in front of the window. Oh, From the shape of the outline, from the shape of the outline of the human visible in the darkness, Sybil can tell that it is not Harry. It looks like a girl. Sybil just stared at the figure and was unable to move for a bit. Just like a frog being stared down by a snake, all her movements were sealed. Cheryl? Who knows how long it was before she said that. The girl did not answer and began moving towards Sybil as if she was gliding. Slowly, she continued moving towards Sybil. Eventually, the girl twisted her body and jerked her right hand. She made her hand into a fist, created a large bullet of light, and then looked at Sybil. What? Watch out! Sybil, get down! It's Harry's voice. At the moment Sybil drops down, the bullet of light slices through the air and impacts into something behind her. Well, that takes care of one of them. Oh! The girl vanishes. In this scenario, Alessa is trying to kill them. What's going on? Sybil turns and sees Harry laying face down, holding his hand to his chest. Harry, he's struggling as hard as he can to reach his hand out to Sybil. Sybil rushes over to him and sits up. Harry! I thought that something was wrong. By the time I realized, too late. Harry, don't talk. Harry's body becomes heavy. Sybil, I'm done for. Please, won't you help Cheryl? That girl from before. That wasn't Cheryl, was it? That was Harry. Hold on. Harry. Stops move. I can decide if Harry dies here. I can decide if Harry stops moving, if he talks about the girl, or if he opens his eyes wide. I'm going... Opens his eyes wide might mean that he survives? You know what to do? Will we kill him? I don't think I want Harry to die here. I'm going to try and keep him alive. Harry calls forth the last of his strength and opens his eyes wide. Sybil, look out! The dim corridor is lit with blindingly bright light, and Sybil's shadow extends forward. Sybil turns and notices the girl has another bullet of light in her hand. Oh! Stop it. Cheryl, no more. Summoning the last of his strength, Harry crawls towards the girl. And when he sees her face in the light, a mysterious look appears on his face, as if he has remembered something and realized something. Why are you... The girl swings her arm down, and at the same time, Harry's scream echoes. The area flashes with light. Harry is gone, and the floor tile where he was has been burned black. Now only Sybil and the girl are in the corridor. I guess that's the end of Harry. Sybil gasps. She flees with all her might. She must fight. I have to fight. I cannot run from this. Is this going to be an ending here? Sybil felt this instinctively. She suddenly charged at the girl. Once again, a ball of light began to grow large in the girl's hand. At the moment that the girl raised her hand high, Sybil knocked her to the ground before she could fire. Oh! Sybil then forcefully straddled the girl, placed both hands firmly around her neck, and continued to choke her. Her pupils were paralyzed by the bright light, but now, as darkness quickly filled the area, she would only have to wait for her vision to return. But there's no time. The girl is putting up serious resistance. However, the girl's arms are gradually losing their strength as they push around Sybil's shoulders. Finally, Sybil's eyes become adjusted to the light. She can faintly see the outline of the girl's bare face. And then the girl speaks in a faint voice. "But I only wanted to save you." "What?" Sybil heard the girl correctly. "Wanted to save? Save me? Who are you?" "Impossible! Impossible! You are..." She can see the girl's face. As the image of the girl fills Sybil's eyes, her consciousness gradually grows distant. Her body becomes heavy. She has the desire to tell someone about who the girl is, but cannot. So, what did she do to Harry? Sybil's consciousness grows distant. Oh. What the fuck just happened? I mean, that should have just been a projection of Alessa anyway, and not the real Alessa. Not the burned Alessa. So Alessa just killed me somehow there. I'm pretty curious to see what the real ending is in this scenario. Because it seems like it might be, like, fundamentally different in some ways. Maybe the same thing is gonna play out, you know, where Dahlia is trying to use Alessa to birth the god and everything. But that interaction with Dahlia seemed pretty different, and getting some unusual new scenes with Cheryl and Alessa both plotting together. Yeah, we're gonna have to go through this again sometime in the future. But not now, and probably not for a while. We got the Harry card. And a cemetery card. I wonder when we see that in the game. Not sure what that cemetery scene is from. But yeah, there we go. Yeah, guys, we're going to leave it there for tonight. I hope you enjoyed this very strange and silly Silent Hill play novel experience. We had some good laughs, especially yesterday. Maybe it was a little bit more tedious today, just going through the motions a bit more. Just trying to, you know, follow the original game's path today. But yeah, I'm glad that we got that main ending and that we saw how weird Sybil's path is. We got a taste for Sybil's strange scenario. And yeah, maybe sometime in the future we'll try and go through all of Sybil's scenario and try to get whatever her good ending is. But yeah, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. And I'll be back on soon with something. We have the James Bond game right around the corner. I might not, you know, I was thinking of doing GoldenEye or something before First Light. But I might actually wait until after First Light before I play GoldenEye and maybe play some other Bond stuff. I'll have a think about it anyway. I might be on very early for the First Light playthrough as well. Maybe the day after tomorrow. I might go for the early New Zealand release. I'll have a think about it anyway. Guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon. Take it easy.